Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from the rest. And I'll call it a rest, but it was a number of things that we announced last evening as we were kicking off. And we're kicking off today with a bit of a recap of where we wound up yesterday. And for that, we have an excellent team here that did nothing but capture our thoughts. What did we discuss? What came out? What stood out? And with that, we'll then get into the day. And I'd wanted to share with you that we'll have some slight amendments to the agenda that you already have with you. Notably, yesterday we did hear that we had a request to make a slight adjustment with regard to the keynote address. We will have that today. So somewhere between the first and second session, we will have our chief guest join us, and we'll sit and listen to with pleasure to what he has to share, and we'll stay around also to have an interaction with us, and that's the Honorable Minister for Justice. So before we get into anything today, Tamika, we're handing over to you. This great team comes from TI Zambia. They are working with other people behind them, and the idea is we shouldn't miss a thing. And over to you, Tamika.
Thank you, Paul. So to make this very brief and sweet, I have a group of rapporteurs that were supporting taking down our thoughts and our discussions yesterday for the recap. And I thought we could do this in a very inclusive manner where each rapporteur at least gives a summary of what was discussed in their session. So we will begin with a summary by Pierre, and then Chimba, and then myself in that order. Pierre, take it up.
Thank you, Tamika. So maybe I'll be quite brief since we're already running a bit late. So yesterday we started with a warm word of welcome from CP, Ms. Chansa, and from our ED, Dr. Nyambe. And we had a quick breakdown of the participants to this event. So we have 113 delegates expected from 36 nationalities. So we're looking at 25 African countries and 11 extra African countries. So quite a big representation. Then we had a few words from the chair of TI, François Valérien, who remarked that corruption is a global phenomenon. He talked about the global economy of corruption. It's very rare now to have episodes where corruption remains a purely national manifestation. This means that even when we're looking at small, petty, bureaucratic corruption, the links with the global phenomenon are very strong, and the solutions that we must look at are also global. That means looking at ways to leverage also the links with the global north in the fight against corruption as civil society. He also talked about the global dimension of civil society. So we must come together, and this is really the point of what we're doing here, come together as a global civil society movement and sharing information. I'd like to quote Professor Valérien saying that information is the raw material of civil society. It's the best weapon that we have. So this is all about sharing information, best practices, experiences, recommendations, and of course, opportunities and shortcomings, discussing what has been done and what can be done better. Finally, we had the IACC chair, Dr. Lifuka, who first started talking about the 5 global threats that affect our world. So we're looking at conflicts and insecurity, climate change, that was the first one, the declining level of freedom in the world, technological revolution, of course, that comes with opportunities and challenges, and that was also one of the topics of the panel that we had, the last panel we had yesterday, that someone is going to cover later, and then corruption, of course. He then shared a few recommendations that he would like to see coming out of this Africa IACC, those being that we should come together and define together what are the threats that affect our world and what are the responses that we should form, the importance of defending the defenders of our world, that is whistleblowers, journalists, activists, and to do more in this sense. Then the idea of forming a collective, a global coalition, and this was a common theme that we also heard from CP and from the other speakers, and then to exploit the opportunities offered by technology. Finally, this whole event, he talked about how this is going to create a link with the IACC that is going to be held in June in Vilnius in Lithuania. And hopefully this creates a small, not a small, an initial momentum to bring this conversation further. So I'll pass the word to you. I think what's for the second section.
There were some topics that I would like to just show some key takeaways. The first one was Standing Up for Electoral Integrity in Africa by Ambassador Erastus Mwencha. He talked about the importance of elections, that they confer integrity and legitimacy on the rulers, and also enable citizens to participate. But he also gave some historical perspective to our African situation, that shortly after independence, most of our countries became one-party states. And the main reason that was given was unity. But then it descended into elections being a preserve of a few. And so, and those few were our founding fathers, very nice people in some cases, and a few nasty ones, but those are not the ambassador's words. So that led to military regimes coming up to challenge that kind of preserve of power. And again, my own words, we had colorful titles, emperors, field marshals, and the rest. So this led to forms of state capture, such that it was difficult for people now to start participating in the electoral process. And so the other thing that came out that was that after the reintroduction of multi-party democracy, we must guard against illicit finances that find their way into the electoral process. And it was also pointed out that the media and civil society have a pivotal role to play to ensure that the people are sensitized on their role to vote and ensure there is a legitimacy in the process. The other thing that came out was that the advances in technology leading to the use of artificial intelligence is very good, but it could also be abused in the electoral process. On standing up against state capture and illicit financial flows in Africa, it was pointed out that illicit financial flows and state capture operate in a loop-like manner. One fuels the other, and the cycle continues if unabated. So citizens must have access to information so that they participate effectively in calling to account those in power. And then that we need to scrutinize government tenders and ensure that they are won by legitimate persons. So when illicit financial flows find themselves in the electoral process, it may lead to the election of corrupt persons instead of those who have real plans for the citizens. Okay. On standing up for gender mainstreaming, it was noted that women are especially vulnerable to the negative effects of corruption. And the issue of sextortion is one of the worst forms of corruption, and most cultural practices prevent victims from coming out. So in terms of recommendations, there was something that was pointed out that Rwanda has put in place a law that prevents religious organizations from engaging in business ventures under the guise of charity work, and that anti-corruption movements should not copy everything that is happening in the West, because even there are some laws that exist which protect some illegitimate businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. So I see Paul looking at me with a deadly look. I'll make it brief. I'll recap the 2 sessions after lunch. Session 4 was the session around environmental corruption, exploring the link between environmental corruption and inequality in Africa, which was followed by a panel discussion on the impact of corruption on the global environment. In recapping this session, I think I called into mind the 3 Ps, people, planet, profit, and how that interacts in the face of corruption, but also the context of Africa, which is a continent richly endowed with natural resources. So the panel showed that in the pursuit of profit, we see that people are driving environmental corruption and indeed environmental crime. But at the same time, people, typically the marginalized and disempowered, bear the brunt of environmental corruption. This is in addition to the negative effects corruption has on our environment. So the speakers presented very strong evidence and case studies and showed that the most notable corruption risks are undue influence from private players, political corruption or interference in processes, issues to do with fraud, collusion, organized criminal activity of a transnational nature, and some instances of bribery. Key recommendations that I would like to highlight for this recap was the need to undertake corruption risk assessments to identify loopholes, as well as specific remedies and recommendations, and how that links with tools like beneficial ownership and whistleblower protection. Also, there was creating a link between environmental corruption and crime and human rights, and mainstreaming gender into that. And then lastly, it was leveraging the COSP 2019 resolution, which calls on state parties to investigate and prosecute environmental crime. The last session, which was coined the graveyard session, delved into issues to do with civic space, as well as standing up for accountability in Africa. But also the session discussed the role of technology in generating evidence and anti-corruption advocacy at a regional level. So what was interesting in this session for this recap to note is the role of supreme audit institutions and technology in the anti-corruption fight. I think the presenter from Aphrodite presented and gave us interesting examples of how technology is being leveraged in conducting state public audits, including in emergency situations. We also discussed quite a bit the role of technology in harnessing beneficial ownership transparency, and how visualization of beneficial ownership information and data can create a true picture of ownership structures, and how beneficial ownership information can be leveraged in combination with information on public procurement and sanction lists, for instance. The recommendations to note was the challenge, again, for civil society to use technology, to use these tools in conducting research and advocacy, and the greater need, I think, as a region to advocate for greater beneficial ownership, disclosure, public registry, and transparency overall. So here ends our recap, and Paul, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for acknowledging and appreciating Tamika and her team. And I will then request our executive director, Maurice Nyambe, to validate what we've just heard, but also tell us what you have in mind for today, rolling forward. And the floor is yours. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to our team of rapporteurs for the very splendid job done. And I can confirm that everything that you said was as it should be. So it's validated. All right, I welcome you again to the second day of our conference today. And just before I hand back to Paul, I just want to welcome those of you who were not with us yesterday. You are coming into the conference for the first time today, so welcome. There are two people in particular that I want to welcome in that manner. The first is the chairperson of the Anti-Corruption Commission here in Zambia, State Council Musa Mwenye, who's just seated right in the front. So if you could just maybe turn around so that the people can see you. That's the chair of the Anti-Corruption Commission here in Zambia. He will be speaking, I believe, in the next session that we are getting into, so we'll hear a lot more from him. I also want to acknowledge and welcome Professor Tuli Madonsela from Stellenbosch University. Professor Madonsela is a very well-known figure within the African and global circles, as a matter of fact. She is a member of the IACC Council and also former public prosecutor for South Africa. So, Prof, if you can just wave to the people so that they see you, you are very much welcome. And we are also going to be hearing a lot more from her in the very same panel that State Council Mwenye will be speaking on. Then last but not least, I did indicate yesterday that we are expecting the Minister of Justice. We were expecting the Minister of Justice yesterday. Of course, he did not make it yesterday, but we have gotten confirmation that he will be joining us this morning at 10 a.m. So just so that you know, when he does come in at 10, he will be able to then deliver the keynote address for this conference. So with that, I say thank you very much and have a pleasant second day. And I hand back to Paul. Thank you. You can also clap for me, it's okay. Thank you so much, Maurice. So with that, we invite Mr. Karam Singh to the front. And as he comes, I'll make a very small announcement. I've been requested by Bright to flag that some people already know this, but let's emphasize it. There is a room that's just out here called the Luangwa room, which is large and is available for those who will be seeking to, it's a prayer room. It's designated as a prayer room. There will be many people who need it for various reasons, and it will accommodate those purposes. It's the official prayer room. The word is Luangwa. We'll figure out a way of putting it up for those who might not be able to pronounce it the way I'm pronouncing it, the Luangwa room. And there is a discussion, a bit of a dynamic in the anti-corruption space between preventing corruption and combating corruption. And unfortunately, sometimes once in a while, some of us lie on one side, then the other, and then sometimes there's a bit of a, where should we lay the resources? And that tension continues. There are those who believe if you do very good prevention, then you don't actually lose out on the corruption side. You don't actually have to, I mean, there'll be nothing. If you really, really prevent corruption, you are in good standing. So let's put our resources in prevention. And then there'll be those of us who want to see corruption combated. We want to see arrests. We want to see the media picking up the people we are giving all manner of names, kleptocrats and everything. We want to see that. And when you don't see enough of it, we say that Anti-Corruption Commission is not working in our country. They are going after small fish. We're not seeing results. And that tension continues. Now, to unpack all that, we have the next session. And that's why Karam is here. We want to see where does what lie and how. And he has an excellent panel, which I will leave to him. So Karam is Executive Director of Corruption Watch, which is also part of the TI network and is TI in South Africa. And it's a role he's held for some time now. But even before that, he was in the anti-corruption space. He comes from the legal background and has done some work in some of the state institutions in South Africa, also addressing this same matter. He asked me to be very brief with regard to the introduction. I'd have loved to go longer because I know a bit more, but he asked me to be very brief. I hope that was brief enough, Karam, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that kind introduction. Can I just ask the organizers, with the Minister of Justice coming at 10 o'clock, we are now at almost 9:30. How's that going to work in terms of our panel today? Will we stop our panel when the minister arrives and then continue after his address?
Karam, you will continue with your panel. The minister will be in the holding room.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then with the time starting at 9:30, are we still have an hour and a half?
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. Very good. Once again, my name is Karam Singh. I'm the Executive Director at Corruption Watch, which is TI South Africa. As Paul mentioned, my journey as an anti-corruption practitioner started in the mid-O's when I took up a position with one of South Africa's anti-corruption agencies called the Special Investigating Unit. The SIU is a creature of statute that was set up to do asset recovery, civil recoveries following forensic investigations. And it's interesting for me to reflect back upon that period in the O's and the early 10s in terms of where we were in South Africa, in terms of our debate about corruption. There was a lot of discussion around the distinction between grand corruption and petty corruption. And I think one of the questions that was on the table around 2010 was, do we have an endemic corruption problem in South Africa? And that divided opinion. What we saw in the decade after that was a decade of state capture. And now we're living in a post kind of state capture moment in South Africa. So this is a very interesting panel because we've got two aspects to it. We've got the setting of the tone, which will be the keynote address, and I'll ask my keynote speaker to join the front. And I'll also ask Professor Madonsela and Mr. Abubakar Jamo to also join us up front. So the initial address is the importance of asset declaration and lifestyle audits in combating kleptocracy. The panel discussion will then be on the degradation of democracy, evidence of kleptocracy, autocracy, and populism in Africa. So there's a little bit of a tension in this panel. And I think it goes back to the tension that Paul identified between thinking about anti-corruption strategies which are preventative in nature, and then the questions around detection, investigation, and enforcement. So the kind of the full life cycle. And I think potentially the golden thread in this panel is this question of kleptocracy. And the reason why I flagged that earlier debate about grand corruption versus petty corruption, and I don't think this is necessarily just an academic question, is that we use these terms very loosely sometimes. We talk about kleptocracy, which in shorthand is the rule of thieves, right? We talk about grand corruption. We talk about a state capture. Perhaps in the discussion, we might be able to tease out, what we mean specifically by some of these terms. Are there useful distinctions for us to think about between a situation of kleptocracy versus a situation of state capture? Are there contexts in which these operate in a so-called democratic framework? The distinction between democracy and autocracy. And then this also kind of issue of how populism kind of feeds into this. So I think I don't know exactly what our discussants are going to say. So I think the panel will be quite dynamic, and we'd like to give an opportunity after the inputs for an engagement with the audience. So without further ado, let me invite the first speaker, who's already been introduced by Maurice. It's Mr. Musa Mwenye, SC, who's the chair of the Anti-Corruption Commission here in Zambia. And he'll be speaking about the importance of asset declarations and lifestyle audits in combating corruption. Thank you, sir. You're welcome to speak from there or to come to the podium. Thank you.
Your Excellency is present. If there are any, I've seen Ambassador Erastus Mwencha there. If we have any senior government officials, the President of Transparency International, who I was pleased to meet earlier on, Professor Francois Valerian, the chairperson of the International Anti-Corruption Conference, my brother, friend, and also colleague in the trenches, Mr. Lifuka, the chairperson of Transparency International here, Mrs. Chansa, the executive director of TI, presidents of Transparency International chapters in Africa, members of civil society. Let me ride on the protocols that were observed by simply saying distinguished fellow corruption fighters. Let me also congratulate the organizers of the conference for the excellent program and the exceptional speakers and facilities that you have arranged. From the recap that we've had, there was a very enriching discussion yesterday, I would gather, and I apologize for not being here yesterday. I had some other issues I was attending to. I also want to take the license of the microphone in front of me to welcome all of you to Zambia and to add to the welcome that you may have already received. I would invite you to spend a few more days to see our beautiful country, particularly the Victoria Falls, who, with no apologies to my Zimbabwean friends, I would say is better viewed from the Zambian side. Ladies and gentlemen, declaration of assets, interests, and liabilities are a financial disclosure mechanism made by specified individuals which are useful in detecting conflicts of interest, unjustified assets, and illicit enrichments. These declarations are an indispensable tool in fighting corruption, and it is my considered view that the existence of an effective declaration statutory regime is usually a good indicator of the resolve and political will to fight corruption in any jurisdiction. The converse is also true. When public and elected officials resist the establishment of an effective declaration regime, then we can safely assume that there is low or non-existent will to fight corruption among those officials. The reasons are self-evident. Public and elected officials whose financial affairs are above board and who have nothing to hide in their financial dealings should ordinarily avail themselves to scrutiny. In this regard, those of us who are involved in the fight against this cancer of corruption should never tire in reminding public and elected officials that when they choose to serve the public, and they do choose to serve the public, they should also avail themselves to transparency and accountability in their financial dealings and affairs. Otherwise, they shouldn't get into public service. This is an indispensable first step in fighting corruption in our jurisdictions. As you are aware, Article 7.1 of the AU Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption implores states parties to pass laws requiring all designated officers to declare their assets at the time of assumption of public office and after their term of office. Article 8, Sub-Article 5 of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption implores states parties to endeavor to establish measures and systems requiring public officials to make declarations of their outside activities, employment, investments, assets, and substantial gifts or benefits from which a conflict may result with respect to their functions as public officials. I must state here that in varying degrees, the vast majority of African countries have failed to give full effect to the precepts of these international covenants. The failure has been in three major respects. Firstly, some countries like my own, Zambia, have not yet enacted comprehensive legislation that cover all key and important public and elected officials, especially those that handle or are influential in public procurement, regulation, and licensing. I'm of course hopeful that Zambia shall enact comprehensive asset declaration legislation soon, and those of us interested in the fight against corruption will continue to remind our leaders, both in the executive and the legislature, of the urgent need for this. Secondly, others like Ghana may have the regulatory framework for lodging of declarations, but those regulations have complex and sometimes non-existent sanctions mechanisms that make punishment for failure to comply with the law virtually ineffective. Thirdly, there are those countries that have both the statutory framework for lodging declarations and which also have the statutory sanctions for failure or refusal to declare, like Kenya, but which may need more aggression in enforcing the law and may also be challenged where it comes to verifying the declarations made. Ladies and gentlemen, an effective declaration regime must have the following four ingredients as the barest minimum for it to be effective. Number one, there must be codification of the requirement for the president, ministers of state, heads of government ministries, and every key or influential public or elected official involved in procurement, regulation, or licensing to declare their assets upon assumption of office and thereafter annually on the anniversary of the assumption of the office. Number two, there must be penal or administrative sanctions for failure to declare assets, which should, in appropriate cases, include loss of office. Three, the declarations must be open to public scrutiny and must be easily accessible by members of the public. And there must be a mechanism for verification of the declarations lodged. I would also add that ideally, these declarations must be lodged with specialized units of corruption fighting agencies or lead bodies in charge of enforcing ethics and financial integrity. In some cases, the regulations require candidates to lodge declarations with electoral bodies. In my view, this is not enough because that deals with candidates and not office holders after they are elected. I now come to the issue of lifestyle audits. A lifestyle audit, by its nature, is an accountability tool that is used to detect and prevent corruption. Ordinarily, lifestyle audits should be triggered when the observable lifestyle of an individual appears to exceed their known income. This can be done through a net worth analysis by assessing the individual's income, assets, and investments against extravagant income or spending. It must also be borne in mind that for lifestyle audits to be effective, law enforcement agencies like my own, the and analyze information on public and elected officials. An effective lifestyle audit must also include scrutiny of a public official's whole household, not just the public official. Article 20 of UNCAC implores states to criminalize significant increase in assets of public officials, which the public official cannot reasonably explain. Article 1 of the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption defines illicit enrichment as significant increase in the assets of a public official or any other person which he or she cannot reasonably explain in relation to his or her income. I think also when we look at declaration of assets and lifestyle audits, they are an important tool to recovery of assets, because through the declarations, you'll be able to know the disparities in the enforcement mechanism. But I must put my head on the chopping board here, and we had a discussion earlier on with Professor Valerian over the international move towards recovery of assets as an end in and of itself. I am one of those who thinks that in the African setting, this is not enough. We simply won't be able to fight corruption by focusing on recovery for two important reasons. Number one, it's not a deterrent for me to steal $1 million from the people of a poor country, use it for 10 years, and be told to simply bring it back when I've turned it over several times and even enjoyed the lifestyle for that period of time. What is the deterrence for me giving back money that was never mine in the first place? The second reason is it's manifestly unjust that we are convicting and sending people who steal one goat to prison for several years and letting people who have stolen millions of dollars go scot-free, completely scot-free, not to mention the adverse effects that they have caused on infrastructure development, social delivery of social services, and even the health of the poor of any particular country. So I am personally against this huge move towards recovery of assets. And I can guarantee you, in a large part, I wouldn't be surprised if this is somewhat sponsored by the same culprits. It's a good mechanism to get off scot-free. I'll be the first to admit that lifestyle audits are not an end in and of themselves, but they are an important aid in the fight against corruption. To be effective, lifestyle audits must be aided by an open and vigilant press, an active and well-informed civil society, and most importantly, they must be in existence obligation for regular declaration of assets, income, and interests, which are open to public scrutiny. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot seriously fight corruption without effective asset declaration regulatory regimes, which encompass sanctions for refusal or failure to abide by them, and whose enforcement necessarily includes the verification of declarations and possible lifestyle audits. I must say here that the fight against corruption and the building of financial integrity in state institutions does better under the spotlight. And any attempt to shroud declarations of public officials in secrecy impedes the fight against corruption. In this regard, in encouraging the enactment of declaration regimes in our various countries, we must insist that these declaration of assets, interests, and liabilities must be open to public scrutiny. And although we may not agree with everything that the press says, a free and open press an engaged and inquisitive civil society like Transparency International, which may access these declarations, are indispensable tools in fighting corruption. We can't do without them. Let me end by saying this. Africa, in the olden days, we used to say, Africa, our Africa. Our beloved continent has for a long time lagged behind in economic development. And it is no secret at all that one of the major reasons for this is corruption. We must begin to acknowledge that very loudly. The financial and economic returns on an effective fight against corruption in our continent are very clear. We must therefore continue to make it clear to all our governments and the peoples of our various countries that the fight against corruption is more than just a matter of law enforcement. It is also a smart economic strategy and a matter of social justice. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Chair, for that inspiring address. I'm sure it will. There will be questions for you, and I think there will be some provocative responses. But I think let's move on to the additional panel, and then we'll take the discussion at the end. I'd like to. One of our panelists was not able to make it, so we left with the two additional speakers. I'd like to invite to the microphone Mr. Abubakar Jimo, who's the head of communications at CISLAC in Nigeria. He does have some slides he'll be sharing as well for his presentation, and I invite him to address the conference. Thank you.
Bright, very bright. Okay, thank you so much. The slide, please. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. In Nigeria, I would like to show a slide. I don't know. I'm still expecting it. It's yet to come. Okay. While we're expecting the slide, I would just like to say that, okay, is there already? Okay, thank you so much, everyone. So can we go to the first slide, please? The next one. Thank you. We can all see this. Okay, thank you so much. If you see this, this is a common phenomenon in Nigeria. Every day you wake up, you wake up to one, monumental financial fraud. And then it's no longer a news to us, it's normal. We pass through it every day. We see it as a normal thing, as a normal phenomenon. It's not about shaming Nigeria. It's about saying it the way it is. Just as Paul, said yesterday that see something, I say something. We pass through, decades of stealing, embezzlement, mismanagement of, financial resources, public, fund. And then all these things, have lingered, to a large extent for the fact that nobody had been questioning in terms of asset declaration when you're coming to the office and when you're leaving the office. What are you declaring? And then we know that, in terms of structure, we have the structure for declaration of asset. In terms of law, the law is there, but there's a kind of loopholes in the law. In 1979, we have the Code of Conduct Bureau that's in charge of asset declaration in Nigeria was established, to monitor, in terms of to receive, asset, to be declared by public officials, elected, and appointed as well. And then the question is that when we are talking about declaration in Nigeria, it can be done, openly, If you wish, public declaration, it can also be done, in close. We don't even know, at the point, a former president, Goodluck Jonathan, said that as a matter of his own personal principle, he will not declare his asset. And he didn't do it. And he ruled the country for 4 years. Personal principle. It's not longer about law. It's about personal principle now. So he ruled the country for 4 solid years. And nobody, challenged him. When he was leaving, we didn't know what, he declared. So tell me, this embezzlement will keep happening for the fact that nobody is tracking anything. Also, our former president, Buhari, he came with this slogan: if you don't kill corruption, corruption will kill you. Is that not? Very good slogan, In fact, his one point agenda was anti-corruption. One point agenda of Buhari administration was anti-corruption. But what happened? When he was coming in, he declared, publicly. But while he was leaving, what happened? We don't know what he declared. The same thing with vice president, same thing with all, the ministers. Sorry, I will not be speaking much, on the slide, just to give you a background, what is happening in Nigeria. That this is what we have here. If I'm to present, make another presentation on defense and security, I will have a different, caption. I'm talking about a news caption that monumental financial fraud happened. And seriously going on every day in terms of defense procurement, the fashion of fund that meant for weapon procurement. In South Africa, I think I remember, South Africa, there is that the money was diverted from Nigeria to South Africa for procurement of weapons, and it was seized by South African authority. Very embarrassing thing like that. So all these things keep happening, and then nobody is challenging. And in terms of relation to the president, relatives to the president, in terms of a family to the president, are having, just imagine a nephew to the president having a bank. I mean, he has his own bank, a new bank established in Nigeria. And then, the same nephew approved, the redesigning of currency. Just imagine, it's a family business. The same nephew approved the designing of currency. They call him today. Today something. That's a nephew to the president. When he was coming in, he had nothing going on. He's going with having a bank, one of the best banks in Nigeria, functioning well up to now. And then what he did, that's what I had declaration. Who is tracking what? Because there's no law, there's no sanction. Everybody, free to do what he likes to do. So we observe that apart from having the law, apart from having the structure for declaration of assets, there must be some kind of a periodic review. Periodic review of what you declare when you're coming in. If at all you declare after the law, if you have it, because we need to amend the existing law, establishing the code of conduct. Without that one, we cannot make progress. Because without other declaration and periodic review of that, what they've been declared, to track in lifestyle audits, as the last speaker said, is just very fundamental. So now that periodic review cannot be done, it has to be done by forensic accountant. Forensic accountant, that are well groomed, in financial fraud. So they will track, what you declare and track what you are, what you are accumulating in terms of money, in terms of fund, in terms of stealing. At the point in Nigeria, we had in terms of asset recovery, we were recovering a lot of looted assets, we repatriated a lot of assets, through the last administration. At the point, the Minister for Justice, he looted, the loot. Minister for Justice. I'm talking about the judicial institution now. Who should be, in terms of justice, process. We looted the loot. And as we are talking today, he has gone scot-free. He's done with his own term. When he was leaving, what he declared, I don't know. Nobody is saying anything. He's there, even enjoying himself somewhere. At the point, in terms of asset declare, recovered. Institution, in terms of asset recovery, I'm talking about anti-graft institution. They were even fighting among themselves. They were fighting, to who will have the juicy, asset. Just look at it. Who will have the juicy part of the asset recovered? It became, so we have all this, somebody is establishing a proxy, to do some kind of procurement of, just like you want to sell off the asset, you establish a proxy. And he said, those are very cheap to your company, the company that you established. That's under anti-graft institution. So in terms of anti-graft institutions, who appoints, the head of institutions? The president. Is that not? The electoral nobody. Who appoint them? The head of institution? The president. In terms of finances, who approve, what was being given to them? The president. So are you saying that if I commit, some kind of financial, manipulation somewhere, and then somebody that I appointed can still come and investigate me or investigate my family? The Code of Conduct Bureau, in that of asset declaration, the head of it is being appointed by the president. So the mode of appointment, has to change. It has to be independent, totally independent of government, for to evade, the interference of political, structure. So, fundamentally, in any democracy, two things, must not be determined by economic, buying and selling. In those days, in secondary school, we have this law of economy. The higher the demand, I don't know, the higher the supply. Where is TI Sierra Leone, I think they came from the same region. We wrote the same way at that time. We are TI Sierra Leone. And thank you so much. And TI Ghana, thank you. Yes. So we wrote the same exam, I think that's what I'm calling them. In school, we have what we call in economic principle. The higher the demand and the higher the supply. I think it's generally applicable and very good. So two things must not be applicable in terms, that principle must not be applicable to two things. The first is the legitimacy of government. The legitimacy of government. And the second is the administration of justice. Administration of justice and legitimacy of government must not be determined by economic, principle or buying and selling. So I don't know if I can go ahead, to enter the electoral, fraud, or should I stop here? Okay, thank you. So let's look at the administration of justice. Where we have in Nigeria now, we have electoral, what you call, justice institution. In that of a court of law determining who wins the election. Polling booth does not matter anymore. You can go to polling booth, the entire Nigeria will vote for you, and then electoral board will just sit down, compose, recompute, I would say, the vote and see that it did not win. So nothing happened because of financial transaction, that happened somewhere. Judges have been bribed, just to truncate, electoral outcome. And then the electoral process, how do you even do in that way? How do we select our leader? That's the question. Because the efficiency of political institutions is determined by that of electoral institution. And then for a economy to do well, the efficiency of political institutions also matters in terms of leadership. So now look at it. When we have during the party primary to election, we have a political party selling nomination tickets for close to $80,000. I think nomination ticket I'm not sure, just something like this. And then it's being sold for $80,000 by major party, and then the list was like $50,000 for presidential election. Go by in terms of governorship election, you have your own, what do you call it? And then if you don't have the money, your own. But look at it, $80,000. Where is that money going to? And then in terms of electoral, we have electoral law. In fact, it was amended, not quite long, in terms of the law, stating what should be in terms of political financing. But who is following it? Nobody cares. For that party primary, you see, even during the party election, to choose a candidate for the party, you see a lot of dollar trading. Dollar going flying everywhere. They will give they don't spend naira during that period. Naira does not matter. It's dollar. It comes to national, you fought, for the candidate. I'm talking about party primary now. Where you now go to the major election, where you're still going to be having a amount of naira now flowing around. So that's the mode. How do we appoint our leader? How do we elect our leader? If from there we get it wrong. We now that's the same leader that bribe his way. Even the current president also is not excluded, from what I'm saying. He also bribe his way. We had, all manner of financial, bribery and corruption that happened during his primary that brought him to power. And then the same president, he wants to fight, corruption or to do well. It's like a business. He's coming to mop up what he spent. Not only will he mop up, his family and relation also will mop up when he is done. They will mop up the entire economy. So that's why you see all this headline coming every day. It's as we are here, in Zambia. I'm sure before we get to Nigeria, there will be another one. That is happening afresh. My executive director of TI Nigeria, Rafsajani. We were in a meeting somewhere in Nigeria, and then we heard that the economy minister of economy, minister of humanitarian affairs, just a young lady of my age, just departed. You see, I think I put something there. Can you go to the first slide? I put it in dollar. I put it in red. For you to know how much she departed within just 6 months of being in government. She departed $640,000 to private account. That money was meant to alleviate poverty. And that money is coming from where? From subsidy remover. In Nigeria now we remove subsidy. And who is suffering for it? We are suffering for it, we know. But where that subsidy is going, we don't know. So those are the effects of having a wrong leader, or the effect of not declaring asset when you're coming to the world, because you know that when you're living, you can live with anything. Nobody cares. So on this note, I will not let her take much of the time, because if I keep talking, I'll keep talking. So let me just stop here. Thanks so much, everyone.
Before you take the slides off, can you go to the next slide? And the next slide. I think this was one of the key points that I thought was important. We didn't speak through the slides, but I think this was an important point that you made around the laws of buying and selling, and the importance of establishing legitimacy of government and the authority of the courts. Thank you very much for that input. I'm very honored to be on a panel with Professor Madonsela, and I don't know if Professor Madonsela knows that today is an auspicious day in terms of her body of work. Because the only reason I know this is because I received one of my jobs as an ED in South Africa is I have to do a lot of media. So I got a media request last night, which I wasn't able to honor because they wanted me to do it now at 9:30. And they said, March 19th marks the 10th anniversary of the Nkandla report by former PP Thuli Madonsela, public protector. We would like to invite a representative from Corruption Watch to unpack the report. My response was, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to honor that interview request because I'm going to be moderating a panel with the former public protector herself. You can send your film crews to Zambia and try to capture that. Professor Madonsela, as was mentioned in the introduction, was a public protector. She's now a distinguished chair of law at the University of Stellenbosch. I think it's fair to say that the issue of state capture and the popularization of that concept in the polity in South Africa would not have emerged if it wasn't for her investigation and her report into the administration of Jacob Zuma. She really is a historical figure, and I hope that doesn't get taken the wrong way, in terms of the anti-corruption struggle in South Africa and the journey that we've been on over the last 2 decades. So it's with great privilege that I invite her to address the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson or Program Director Karam Singh. Greetings to all of you distinguished colleagues from all over the world, particularly our continent. A special greeting to the leadership of Transparency International and the International Anti-Corruption Conference Coordination Team, Mr. Valerian Lefuka, Ms. Priscilla Chikude, and of course our chair, Karam Singh. Thank you for the kind introduction. I made a mistake. I need my laptop. You'll forgive me. We usually have a teleprompter in front of us, so I just forgot that it is not always there. It is such an honor to be part of this gathering, primarily because we are preparing for the International Anti-Corruption Conference in Lithuania coming up soon, but also because in South Africa and all over the world, we are facing elections this year. And our colleague who just spoke now mentioned how corruption contributes, among other things, to the degradation of democracy, and that includes impact on elections. And of course, our colleague was primarily worried about elections being stolen. For me, from a state capture point of view, I am worried about the stealing of elections through the crude old ways. But I'm also worried about a new way of stealing elections where people buy themselves a president and buy themselves politicians. And therefore, the degradation of democracy starts at the very source of the electoral process. Slide 1 is just an overview of what I plan to talk about, which is new directions in combating corruption, the potency of social accountability supported asset declarations and lifestyle audits. Let's go to slide number 3. My quick intervention is to say the whole idea of asset declarations and lifestyle audits is a great one. And in my country, we've experimented with it quite successfully. However, I'm suggesting we add what the World Bank refers to as social accountability as another piece of the puzzle. And I will explain why social accountability must be added into our spider web to plug the gaps. Corruption is a global social disease and an injustice that is threatening to reach pandemic proportions while undermining social justice and corroding social capital, thus threatening the rule of law and fostering democracy backsliding, while contributing to climate change and related environmental degradation. Of course, our colleague has also mentioned that the democracy backsliding starts with the degradation of democracy itself. In the age of globalization and technology, corruption has become exceedingly agile and an adaptive organized crime through leveraging transnational spider webs, at the core of which is money laundering. Last year, when I addressed the Anti-Corruption Assembly, the Pan-African Anti-Corruption Assembly organized by Pavocard, I relied a lot on work of Transparency International, those 25 scandals that shook the world. And you can see the nature of those scandals. They're in all continents, but each scandal tends to have a multi-continental dimension to it. And at the core of that are the spider webs that enable the cleaning up of the money. But we'll talk later about laundering, that not only do the corrupt launder money, they also launder themselves. But I'll talk, how do they launder themselves, which we have seen in South Africa, and we'll see more of it as we move towards May 29, which is our Elections Day. So, as I've indicated, I'm really about to explore the potency of adding social accountability to the declarations of assets and lifestyle audit. Just to also declare, there's a link between this movement, why I'm part of this movement, and justice, particularly social justice. If we think about justice as fairness to all, in a society that embraces the humanity of everyone, and if we think about social justice as Roosevelt did, Franklin D. Roosevelt did, and Eleanor Roosevelt did, that at the core of social justice is equal enjoyment of all human rights, then corruption is a social injustice. And grand corruption is a grave social injustice because it creates a playing field that is not level. Next slide, please. Well, the next slide is really just talking to the 25 corruption scandals. I've turned this into a table though. So in my two anti-corruption papers that I've written in the past year, one of them was for the Anti-Corruption Assembly, and then one I've done is on gender dimensions of corruption. I also show that there's a gender dimension to these scandals because the ringleaders, sorry guys, happen to be men. And they tend to control those spider webs that some of them were revealed by the Panama Papers. Then the next slide, please. I won't bore you with the meaning of corruption because I'm preaching to the choir here, the anti-corruption community, but let's just acknowledge that according to Transparency International, corruption is abuse of entrusted power for private gain. In the past, we thought of corruption primarily as bribery. But we now know from the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, that it's broader than bribery. It includes things such as, it does still include offering and receiving bribes, which makes it bribery a bilateral crime, something we often forget. It includes fraud, embezzlement, money laundering, etc. And this is covered in constitutions such as Zambia, South Africa, Malawi, Kenya, etc. This multidimensional approach to corruption. And then what is kleptocracy? It's quite an interesting term. I must say I don't like it a lot. It was coined by Stanislav Andrei in the 60s to make sense of the grand theft of public funds in Africa shortly after independence. But that theft was not so much what we see today. It was literally people stealing money, which still happens in some countries. Most of our countries don't do that anymore. Where literally I could just go into my account at Stellenbosch, the center's account, and transfer parts of it into my account overseas. That was what was happening at the time. And Southall from South Africa deals with it in his paper, Is South Africa a Kleptocracy? I don't think so. But worth noting was that when kleptocracy was characterized as an African disease, it forgot the multidimensional part of it. That for corruption or theft to happen, those Idi Amins that stole money, they were facilitators of the theft. And there were countries that received that money in those illicit financial flows, and they even refused to pay back the money. So if you're not a thief, why receive stolen funds? 2, why keep them when you know very well the person who brought those funds did not own them? So by branding Africa in a kleptocracy, we then allow the enablers of corruption and sometimes the instigators of corruption to get away with it. And in my investigations as a pub protector, I found that a lot of the big scandals in South Africa had an international multinational corporation at the center of it, whether we're talking state capture or Praza, Derailed, and many of the investigations we did. Well, the next slide is just the cost of corruption. That's the next slide. That has already been covered by my colleagues, so I'm not going to deal with it. Perhaps the only thing that I can talk about is we have said it has a global character, corruption and kleptocracy. And Southhold talks about the fact that although it was coined to talk about what was happening in Africa, kleptocracy is now a global phenomenon. A lot of people are stealing from their coffers in different ways of theft. A lot of the theft is not transferring funds, but it's the state procurement system, where something that should have cost $1 million ends up costing $20 million, and then people share the spoils across continents. But as Africans, having said, don't brand Africa as a kleptocracy, I also always say our corruption is corruption of a special kind. You know, they talk about somebody who is so brazen when they fight that they take no prisoners. A lot of the corruption in Africa leaves nothing behind. And I first heard about it as a joke in Nigeria in 2010, when somebody had this joke about the minister who visits a fellow minister in Asia and finds that the Asian minister is living an opulent life, and asks the Asian minister, where does this come from, given the fact that as public servants we don't get paid much? And the Asian minister says, look there, you see that breach? 20%. A few years later, the Asian minister visits the African minister, and the African minister is now living an opulent life in a castle. I mean, we heard recently in South Africa about the Lotto guy who was living in a 62-roomed house. So when I heard this joke, I didn't think it was that possible, but we did discover that it does happen. So the Asian minister asked the African counterpart, you said you get paid less than us. Where does this wealth come from? And the African minister says, you see that hospital? The counterpart looks. You see that hospital? Looks. Where? That hospital. And 100%. Like you, I laughed. This was 2010. I'm new as a pub protector. I don't think humans can be that cruel. But read a report, pipes to nowhere, RDP housing that never happened. And my colleague, Mr. Singh, can tell you about those stories where, yes, not only is nothing delivered, but it's not 100%, it's 1,000%. In other words, the amount is inflated, but to see the link then between the disclosures and corruption, we have to look at what are some of the drivers. If you look at state capture, where some of the drivers is freebies, the life of freebies, free accommodation, houses. How does corruption take place now? It's no longer the simple brown envelope. It's when I did PRASA, but we didn't conclude that investigation, the evidence was showing a lawyer at the core of buying houses for the guy who was in charge. I mean, that matter is still ongoing. So fees paid for your children, holidays overseas. We've seen with the US judges, it's not called US judges, it's not called corruption in other places, but here we call it corruption. If you're dealing with a matter, somebody comes to me as a proprietor and says, I have a seaside house, which happened to me a lot. Take a holiday with your children. I can see you look very tired. And I remember saying to this guy, no, we're not allowed. And then I told Chief Justice Mukwege and said, Tuli, you're too kind. You should have told me. Say, you're trying to corrupt me. Well, I didn't have those kinds of balls. So agility, the agility of the corrupt, which is they're moving with the times in terms of how they do things, requires us to be equally agile. Nelson Mandela spoke about even the most benevolent of governments have within them propensities for human failings. That's why we have this polycentric accountability framework. But what he did exclude there was the people, the demos. As he talks about the courts, Chapter 9 institutions such as the Public Protector, etc. But if we're going to do this transparency thing, we need the people, we need the media to be part of the deal. And this is why. The abundance and sophistry of money laundering mechanisms. All of these make the classical responses to corruption a little bit inadequate. Money laundering of kleptocrats and recasting them as philanthropists. Okay, what do they do? In many parts of the world, including my country, they steal the money, they start a foundation, then they go back to communities as philanthropists. And then they buy love from the community. And they say, we're good guys, actually, we're being persecuted by those people. So it's not just laundering of the money, it's also laundering themselves. In fact, some of the foundation are money laundering corrupt vehicles. A daughter, somebody goes to government, suddenly a daughter has a foundation that receives money. But it doesn't just receive money, it becomes a way of endearing this person to the community. State capture, well, some of them are buying parties for themselves, but be careful, they're also buying NGOs who then come to their defense, or if they don't come to their defense, they tell us where to look. For example, in South Africa, and Corruption Watch, please bear with me here, I'm not defending the president, but at the height of us having a brigade to make sure that the corruption in state capture was dealt with, that there was going to be accountability. Guess what? They told us where to look. They told us there is money under the president's mattress. Forget about focusing on corruption or elsewhere. And for many years during this administration, the public has been made to focus primarily on money under the couch. Which I don't say people should keep money under the couch because exchange controls may be violated. And I'm not suggesting the president was involved. At this stage, all of the agencies said he was not personally involved. But what I'm saying is we must be careful about people telling us what should make us outraged and what should not make us outraged. They also mine social injustice, like the mafia. They tell people, you're poor because of them. Good governance does nothing for you. We are your saviors. This is why people who have stolen from people will end up being elected, because they're very good at mining the social justice sector. Then those of us who are for clean governance, we often looking at clean governance for the sake of it, but don't link it to making sure that people. Then fake news. The last thing that I want to add is the gendered dimension of corruption. But part of what I'm pulling to the fore is, if we're going to ensure transparency, let's also bring in the gender dimension of corruption, including things like sextortion, etc., and the attack on the defenders, because often they're attacked as women and the attack is vicious. And in the paper that I did last year, that comes up. So the power of transparency and the potency of asset declaration. Justice Brande said sunshine is the best of disinfectants. So I think as a community here, we're basically going back to the origins of Transparency International to say, let's scale transparency by making sure people account for their wealth, by making sure that we're aware when there are conflicts of interest. In South Africa, we've done it, and we've seen that it does have a chilling effect on theft and on conflict of interest. It hasn't totally cleared the problem, because when the president knows that the public protector is going to be looking at that declaration of assets, not his colleagues, the public protector is going to, they are careful about what they're going to do. But here's the deal. They don't hold these assets in their own name. It's warehousing. It's proxies. So the asset declaration is not going to include this. At first, they were using wives, but now that we've included the wives, they exclude the wives then. They use children because our law is wrong in that it says children under the age of 18 must declare. Therefore, Tutuzane Zuma didn't have to declare his assets, for example, in the case of, and today he's now one of those saviors that are going to save South Africa from bad governance. But that's where social accountability comes in, because if people know you have undisclosed assets, if people know that you are living a soft life that is not, that does not correlate with your income, then they should come to the party, but we must protect them. So I then say we need a polycentric spider web, because the corrupt people use a spider web approach, and the Ethiopians say when spider webs combine, they can tie up a lion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that inspiring address and introducing a new concept into the mix, notion of social accountability. We heard about the agility of the corrupt and the need for the anti-corruption movement to also be agile. In that spirit, I think this conference must also have a bit of agility, and we have a little bit of a shift to our agenda. And I'd like to recall the chairperson of the Zambian Anti-Corruption Commission to the microphone to introduce the Minister of Justice.
Courtesy of the minister, I've been given a new job now. I'm your new moderator. It's my singular honor to invite the minister, but before I do that, let me just introduce him to you. Honorable Mulambo Haimbe, MPSC, is a colleague in the inner bar of Zambia. He's a senior lawyer and Minister of Justice, and he's my MP in Lusaka Central constituency. I think without much ado, I'll just invite you, Minister, to the podium to give your keynote address.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I walked into the room when Professor was concluding with a very powerful statement. I think if I quoted her correctly, when spider webs combine, you can tie up a lion. Powerful, very powerful. And thank you so much. Let me begin by recognizing the chapter president, TIZ chapter president, Mrs. Priscilla Chansa, the chairperson of the International Anti-Corruption Conference Council, Mr. Ruben Lifuka, the Transparency International Global Chairperson, Professor Francois Valerian, the Transparency International Global Vice Chair, members of the Transparency International Secretariat, and the Chief Executive Officer, the Board Chairperson of the Anti-Corruption Commission, State Counsel Musa Mwenye, the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission, I'm not sure if he's here. Yes, good to see you, DG, thank you. Let me just, for the sake of keeping to time, adopt, I'm sure, the salutations that were already established. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be here. We, as government, always want to support the activities of Transparency International in Zambia. And so let me also extend my apologies for not having been here on the first day. What State Council didn't mention in the introductions is that I'm doubling at the moment as Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs. And so that has got me running around quite significantly. So please accept my apologies for and disrupting today's program, as it were, as well. It is a great honor. It is with great honor, beg pardon, and determination that I stand before you as we gather for the Africa International Anti-Corruption Conference under the overarching theme, Standing Up for Integrity in Africa. This gathering represents a pivotal moment in our collective pursuit of justice, transparency, and progress on our beloved continent. The International Anti-Corruption Conference is the world's premier global forum that brings together heads of state, civil society, the private sector, and other stakeholders to tackle sophisticated challenges posed by corruption. This conference is a build-up event to this year's main International Anti-Corruption Conference, which I'm made to understand will be held from the 18th to the 21st of June in Lithuania. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, corruption, like a malignant tumor, eats away at the very fabric of our societies, undermining trust in our institutions, eroding public confidence, and obstructing the path to prosperity for millions. It is a cancer that knows no boundaries, affecting both the rich and the poor, the powerful and the vulnerable. But today, we declare that enough is enough. We stand united in our resolve to confront the scourge head-on, to root out corruption wherever it may hide, and to restore integrity to our governance systems. The theme of this year's conference encapsulates the essence of our mission. Integrity is not merely a virtue to aspire to, it is the cornerstone of a just and equitable society. It demands honesty, accountability, and transparency in every facet of governance and public life. It requires us to uphold the rule of law without fear or favor to ensure that justice is blind and accessible to all. I am aware of the challenges we face in our fight against corruption, but I am encouraged by the unwavering commitment of all the people gathered here today. Government officials, civil society, legal experts, and concerned citizens to turn the tide against corruption. Together, we possess the collective power to effect real change, to build a future where integrity reigns supreme and where every African can live with dignity and pride. Corruption is a resilient foe, entrenched in the very systems we seek to reform. It will require courage, persistence, and unity of purpose to overcome it. Yet I am confident that with all the resolve and determination of all of us as stakeholders, we shall overcome. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, the 2023 Corruption Perception Index, CPI, which Transparency International released on 30th January 2024, indicates that sub-Saharan Africa has remained stagnant at the regional average score of 43 out of 100. This is due to the region's persistent challenges stemming from decades of economic mismanagement and underfunding in public sectors, exacerbated by corruption and illicit financial flows, siphoning resources away from basic public services. The need for Africa to stand up as one and face the dynamic challenges that corruption entails for our various countries can therefore not be underestimated. The government of the Republic of Zambia, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is committed to rising up to these challenges. Zambia has taken bold steps in tackling corruption, and these steps are beginning to bear fruit. From the time the New Dawn administration took office, we have maintained zero tolerance for corruption, improved budget allocations to the law enforcement agencies, supported the establishment of integrity committees in public institutions, established a fast-track economic and financial crimes court, and enacted various supportive policies and laws. Owing to these and many other efforts, the CPI score for Zambia improved from 33 out of 100 in 2022 to 37 out of 100 in 2023. This 4-point improvement is the first time that Zambia's CPI score has improved during the past decade. We do, however, appreciate that there is a lot more work to be done going forward. And we believe that in collaboration with our partners, including Transparency International, we can achieve more than what we have achieved thus far. As I conclude, therefore, I wish to implore you to join hands with government in the quest to root out corruption from the very foundations of our societies. Let us commit ourselves to upholding the principles of honesty, transparency, and accountability in all that we do. Let us hold ourselves and each other to the highest standards of integrity, refusing to turn a blind eye to corruption whenever and wherever it may rear its ugly head. Above all, let us never lose sight of the human cost of corruption. It is the ordinary citizens, the men, women, and children who make up the fabric of our societies that bear the brunt of this scourge. It is they who are denied access to basic services, who are marginalized and oppressed, who suffer the most as a result of corruption's corrosive effects. Let me take this opportunity to extend government's gratitude to the IACC Council through its chairperson, Mr. Ruben Lufuka, for selecting Zambia to host this important regional conference. This not only demonstrates the confidence that the global anti-corruption community has in Zambia, but is also reflective of the great strides that we are making as a country in the fight against corruption. We are honored as a country to be providing this platform for the entire African continent to deliberate. And it is my hope that your deliberations will be engaging and fruitful. From what I have seen so far already, I have no doubt that they in fact are. With these few remarks, it is now, well, I was supposed to officially open the conference. So for the record, and for the avoidance of any doubt, it is now my honor and privilege to declare this Africa International Anti-Corruption Conference officially open. Thank you very much.
Well, thank the Minister for those those kind remarks, those thoughtful remarks. And the conference is very well opened. Yes, please.
Sorry, Karam, I'm not pulling rank. I've been asked to give a vote of thanks. Honorable Minister, we thank you for coming through and for officially opening the conference. Probably we needed you to come in on day 2 to just do the official opening, but also to appreciate Professor Tuli's presentation. She came in today, and I think you were waiting for her to come, and that's why you had to open on this day. But Honorable Minister, we are grateful that you've always been very supportive of the work of Transparency International and of just the anti-corruption movement, not just in Zambia, but around the continent and internationally. I'm aware that you should be going for the Summit for Democracy, and I'm sure some of these issues will be raised, and hopefully you'll be the flag carrier for Africa on that commitment to continue to address the challenges of corruption on our continent. You've made an important clarion call for Africa to stand up to these challenges. And I do hope that colleagues that are here today from different countries, we have 36 nationalities represented here, Honorable Minister, colleagues can take this message back that we need to double up our efforts in the fight against corruption. The commitment of the Zambian government to fight corruption is well noted. And I think we are seeing some of the improvements made, whether it is in the support of the Anti-Corruption Commission or other law enforcement agencies. And I think that it is time that we took full ownership as Africans for the problems and the challenges that we face because of corruption, money laundering, etc. The solutions would have to come from ourselves and not from outside. External partners will help us in pushing along an agenda that we've defined for ourselves. At the end of the day, the success or failure of any anti-corruption reform would not be because external partners have not been able to assist, but because we've not just put full weight behind what we are doing as a continent. So, Minister, we thank you that you continue to be there for us, and we hope that we can continue to build these partnerships, and you can use your position of influence to also get other African leaders, other African governments to do the same. I thought I would end by just, again, emphasizing that we do have in the room, like I said, delegates, 113 delegates, 36 nationalities here represented, a good number coming from the continent, but we also have colleagues from outside the continent. But for Zambia, it is also special because it's the first time that the leadership of Transparency International are converging on Zambia. So Professor Francois Valerian, who you've met, my sister Kay from Madagascar, but we also have Daniel Erickson, the Chief Executive Officer from Transparency Secretariat, International Secretariat. And we also have council members. So maybe just a bit of background to this, and I'll be speaking to this later on in the afternoon. We have the International Anti-Corruption Conference Council, and we also have the Transparency International Board. So the International Anti-Corruption Council is made up of stakeholders who go beyond just Transparency International. So we have experts like Professor Tudi Madonsela, we have retired judges on board, we have persons from the private sector, we have young people who are entrepreneurs also are part of the council. But Transparency International provides a secretariat for the conference. And this is where Daniel and team come in. We do have an international anti-corruption conference unit within TIS. So this partnership is important in delivering any of the programs that we run, including this one. And we're therefore very grateful that the two parties are here supporting this first initiative of a mini IACC conference. So we had two this year, one in Colombia, in Bogota, and one in Lusaka, Zambia. So, Honorable Minister, we are very grateful, and we hope to see you in Lithuania. I hope you'll be there to join all of us in Lithuania. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ruben. And I'm actually asking Ruben not to leave because we have established a culture that every panel that does so excellently takes a photo. So this panel, Karam's panel, the panel that has now been joined by the Honorable Minister, the panel that you've joined because of the various roles, and then the people that you've mentioned, because they've been mentioned, you'll all at this point proceed to take a photo at a designated place that Maurice has designated. Please don't give Ruben a seat because it's happening right now. We want to give him a round of applause. We're going for a tea break. And as we go for the tea break, please, Ruben, Maurice is leading us. Thank you so much. Round of applause, and then the panel can follow Ruben. And we will be back here after the tea break for Karam to close the panel in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. So, Daniel, okay, great, thank you. We have a tea break at this point. The tea break is in our usual place behind the room, and we will try to be back at the top of the hour. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and speak again in 15 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe that our questions are sharp, ready, still waiting our reflections, our feedback to the panel, our comments, and the panel is also ready for us. I will therefore invite, I know that we've been held back by the coffee break. It speaks to the good quality of Zambian coffee that we all had to wait a little bit for that coffee. Thank you so much, Zambian farmers. Allow me therefore to invite Council Mwenye back and invite Professor Tuli back as well, so that Karam, you could then lead us for about 15, 20 minutes of reflection, and we head into the next panel, which will close us before we move into the lunch break. So we will close the doors at the back in a minute when Mosium Pararo has entered. And over to you, Karam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. You'll excuse the obvious quip here that this panel now, we've now all lived through state capture now. Our panel was captured by a state actor, but it was all for the best. And I'm glad we got to hear from the Minister of Justice. And in many ways, his comments aligned with some of the issues which had emerged from the speakers. So this is really an opportunity now to engage. We've had a kind of some wide-ranging inputs. There is a kind of thread around combating kleptocracy, which has been in this panel. And I think Professor Madansela, has raised some interesting issues now around, this idea of reputation laundering, the issue of the warehousing of resources, that there are different ways that prominent people can get around asset declarations, whether they can get around lifestyle audits. You can still sort of see which house they're living in. You can try to get to the bottom of who's paying for that and whether there's any gratification involved in that. But I don't think the issue of lifestyle audits or asset declarations was put on the table as a silver bullet, and I think as we think about our anti-corruption toolkit, whether it's an enhanced whistleblower protection system, reform of the public procurement system, that none of these initiatives on their own can be seen as silver bullets, but they are different tactics which we need to think about in terms of how we have a regime which is robust from a preventative standpoint, but then also has a bite when it comes to the enforcement. Can I see if there's any indication from the audience for questions or comments? We'll take a round. I see 3 hands. I see 4 hands. I see 5 hands. I see 6 in the back. Okay, let's take those first 6. We'll go 1.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Joshua Muteti, once again, from Transparency International Kenya. And I'm particularly interested on the kleptocracy discussion. I'm just going to share my reflections upon it and then hope that maybe if there be any questions, Professor Madenzela will help me to understand. I'm looking at it in terms of reputational laundering and the enabler regimes. In Africa at the moment, we have democracies that are compromised because of the enabler regimes. And this, when you look at the West, you look at the East, most of it is being perpetrated by the most developed countries. And we are put in a position whereby there is no way out. Let me take debt as an example for this issue. At the moment, most African countries are struggling to come out of debt. Most of this debt, it has been borrowed. Some of it has not come into the country, but the country has entered into obligations of debts that have not benefited from this debt at all. So when you look at it, it leads to, crazy, economic repercussions as a result of that. And consequently, we see the East now, like Russia and China, they come in as a savior with saying that now the USA, they're saying these other countries, they've tried to give you debt, they've tried to help you to develop, but look at where you are since independence. But then when you see these other guys come, they say, you see, when China came, you have the bridges, you have roads and all that. But then what is the cost of that? These are the regimes that enable, that are deterring the efforts of the democratic efforts that we have gained so far since independence. Yesterday, from the presentation of Banoba, we were, one of the things that he said that is we are risking to go back to what we were struggling with since we started the fight against corruption, going back to the dictator regimes. This, when we're looking at, kleptocracy and how it has been enabled, there is a very, very, when you just, when I'm looking at it with regards to how our future of debt looks like, how we look, how we approach the issue of debt as an issue of kleptocracy, and how we make sure that some of the debt that our country is committed to, we are not forced to meet those debt because of the regimes that enabled the borrowing and looting of public debt that countries never benefited from. So those are just some of the reflections that I'm looking at with regards to the kleptocracy. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Manyonga Siansimbi. I'm coming from Transparency International Zambia as a member. My question, or two questions I have, will go to the first speaker. And this is on asset declaration and asset recovery. On asset declaration, we have, like in Zambia, been hearing about it time of elections in the media where people could call upon declaration of assets. Now that it seems to be a needful aspect within the aspect of fighting corruption. First question is, what is pertaining in Zambia on the declaration of assets? Then two, you talked about punishments. You gave an example of someone stealing a goat and going for more years in prison. What would be the suitable deterrent measures or in form of punishment that you could cite to suitably punish the culprit involved in such aspects than only recovering those assets somebody had mismeasured? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Batsha Batogwai, TI Nigeria. Mine is a comment or comments just in addition to what my colleague has already mentioned. So I think with Nigeria, our problem is not really with legal frameworks or institutions. It is actually implementation on the effectiveness of some of these institutions. For the Code of Conduct Bureau, which is the first anti-corruption agency, and with the very important role of ensuring declaration of assets by public officers, you would expect such an institution to be properly funded, but it is the least funded anti-corruption agency. And this has led to them still using analog methods, of gathering these asset declarations. So they still collect them in hard copy and store them in hard copy. And we're talking about digital platforms. Yesterday, we talked about tech, and using AI. And I remember before the last election that we had last year, because of the controversy around the current president, there was advocacy for him to declare his assets, and the CCB was asked to actually make his asset declaration public. And the next thing we knew, the Code of Conduct Bureau came out and said the store where his asset declaration was kept had gotten burnt and everything was destroyed. And that was how we couldn't get access to, that information. Then we mentioned also the, relooting of the loot and the scramble by anti-corruption agencies on who manages this recovered asset. And that led to the advocacy around a legal framework, that would really help us to properly coordinate the recovery, and management of assets. And last, in 2022, Nigeria enacted the POCA, that's the Process of Crime Recovery and Management Act. And the issue now is implementation. Civil society, and stakeholders are now, engaged in monitoring to see how effective this legal framework will be implemented. I know the legal framework provides that all anti-corruption agencies now established asset recovery departments, and then, so we don't know, there's still a lot of confusion even amongst the government institutions on, okay, so after what do we do, what kind of asset is my organization supposed to recover? And then when we recover it, is there a database? Will there be a database, and who will be in charge of this database and all these things? Because Nigerians are saying, yes, every year we hear about, the Abacha loot, this amount of billions, were recovered, but the ordinary Nigeria does not feel the impact of that. We don't see what these assets, recovered assets are being used for. We don't feel the impact. And so that's why implementation of the POCA is very important. Talking about state capture, many of our public officials right now in Nigeria, have corruption allegations, and yet some of them are governors, some of them are in the parliament. Our Senate president he's a two-time governor, and he's a senator now. He's a Senate president, the number 3 citizen, yet he has corruption allegations, so many at the EFCC. And there are many of them like that. And so it's a huge issue when we continue to, appoint or elect people with corruption allegations into power. How do we expect, efficiency in the judiciary? How do we expect efficiency or transparency in the public sector? That is an issue. In Nigeria right now, if you have a corruption allegation against you and you want to still remain in power, all you have to do is to cross carpet to the ruling party, and then all your sins are forgiven. And so we're gradually shifting into a one-party state where everybody that feels their political ambition is threatened and they have corruption allegations, all they have to do is to do away with their values and ideals and just hop onto the ruling party and then get what they want. So I think my question to all of us now is, where do we go from here? Because I think these are similar issues in a number of African countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karam, and thank you to your panel for the very informed session. My name is Sheila Masinde from Transparency International Kenya, and just want to pick Senior Counsel Musa Mwenye's brain father on the issue around asset recovery and also wealth declaration. One on wealth declaration, maybe just to find out a little bit more whether there are any verification mechanisms that have worked, because in Kenya, we seem to have a struggle with this particular element in the wealth declaration process, because when we conduct vetting for public officers, one of the things that of course they have to declare is their income, liabilities, and so on. But what we have found in the last couple of years is that people tend to over-report, or rather over-declare their wealth, such that if you then question many years later you said 2 years ago, say if I was undergoing a vetting process, I would probably say I have 2 million, I'm worth 2 million USD, when I could actually just be worth $500,000. But I'm over declaring such that I'm giving room, to accumulate, in the next 2 years, so that you come 2 years and try to track my wealth, you say, okay, yes, you declared 2 million, so that's reasonable that you are now at, say, 1 million, 3 million USD. And we found that particularly challenging in terms of now verification. And so I just want to understand a little bit more what verification mechanisms have worked here, or in maybe other jurisdictions that you've looked at. My last point is on the issue around asset recovery. And I agree with you in terms of whether it's a sufficiently deterrent mechanism. In Kenya, what we've been doing is that we've been having civil forfeiture procedures by the Anti-Corruption Commission parallel to the prosecutions in court, because again, our court processes take quite a bit of time, something in 22 to 30 years. And so we found that that's a bit more, you're able to get some remedies immediately in terms of recovering the wealth. But one question that we've had as anti-corruption practitioners then is this, can you take this as an admission of guilt and actually seek then to bar people who you have recovered wealth from, from occupying public office, and use that as a determinant that they're not suitable, to occupy public office because, you've recovered wealth from assets, public assets from them, even as the court process continues. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatsi from TI Madagascar. And I would like to thank all the panelists. My question is will be more addressed to Mr. Board Chair, who will talk about the African Union Convention about against corruption. So you talk about this African Union Convention, which underlines more the importance of declaration assets, but we all know that there's always a big gap between what is said in this African Convention and what is happening in every country. So my question is, I think maybe easy. What is the best way to make more effective this African Union Convention against corruption? And what is the best way, and what is the things that we can do more that we have done before? So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Edward Kuroma, and I'm representing Transparency International Sierra Leone. I still want to dwell on the issue of asset recovery, as stated in the presentation of Musa, as a way, of addressing corruption. In my country, Sierra Leone also, currently the Anti-Corruption Commission, is using asset recovery as a way, of addressing corruption issue. And for the people in Sierra Leone, using this asset recovery, they are now seeing it as a way of protecting maybe people that do have political influence. For the commission, they are saying this is legal because it is a provision in the UNCAC, and also in our local Anti-Corruption Act, there is also a provision for asset recovery. But like Musa presented, people are now seeing this, as a way of protecting the corrupt, as an unjust way, of fighting corruption. And there is a huge public concern with regards to this particular approach. And I'm so happy that Musa mentioned that he is not a fan, of this one to a very large extent because of two reasons that he mentioned. And so because of the huge public concern over this particular approach, though it is legal, we also want to mount a campaign, to get the commission. We are not saying they should not do asset recovery, but in addition to that, like Sheila mentioned, there should be other steps, other measures that could be taken against people that are found to be corrupt. So in as much as we are planning to start a campaign on this one, and Musa mentioned two in his presentation as reasons why this is not too palatable as a way to go. I would like him to throw more light, on some of the other disadvantages, in terms of using too much this recovery aspect, so that this could help us to enrich, our intervention, our advocacy, to ensure that the Commission in Sierra Leone minimizes the use of asset recovery, and even when it is being used, other mentions in addition to recovery could be used so that it will serve as a deterrent. Thank you.
Fantastic. Those were great questions and comments from we took 6. I think the panelists would have noted the questions which were directly relevant to their input, but I'll give all of the panelists an opportunity to respond. SC, perhaps maybe you can go first.
I hope you can hear me. Okay. I think I'll start in the order that the questions came, starting with Emmanuel. I think he asked what is pertaining in Zambia. And I think you may be aware that before 2016, there was a constitutional requirement for candidates at presidential level to declare assets as a candidate. That was removed in 2016 constitutionally. But we still have that provision in the Electoral Process Act. Now, that's for candidates for president. We do not have in our declaration infrastructure, and we haven't had it, as far as I can remember, for any sitting president to be required to declare after election. So there is no such requirement for a sitting president to declare asset, although as a candidate, that president declares asset. On the other hand, there is a statutory requirement for every minister to declare their assets annually, together with the speaker and the deputy speaker. We, as the board of the Anti-Corruption Commission, together with the Director General and all the officers, are required to declare assets upon assuming office and upon leaving, and we have done that. Okay, then there is also, I think that's as far as the declaratory infrastructure goes, except for MPs who are required to declare interests in any matters under their discussion. In our law, it's a criminal offense to participate in a discussion in a meeting on matters that you are conflicted over. Now, what is the biggest anomaly that we are trying to cure? And there is a conversation going on, and it appears that we are making headway. I'm very hopeful that we will have a comprehensive infrastructure not too long from now. The anomaly is that permanent secretaries who control huge contracts, billions of dollars at times, at least hundreds of millions of dollars, procurement officials, licensing officials have never been required to declare assets. So the crime fighters like myself and the DPP who was, and I acknowledge the arrival of our learned Director of Public Prosecutions, when he was the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission, was required to declare his assets. He became DPP, there is no requirement. I was Solicitor General before, in my past life. I became Attorney General, no requirement. When I became chairperson, non-executive chairperson of the SEC, I was required. The crime fighters are required to declare assets, not the ones they are investigating. So we need to cure that, and I think there is work going into curing that. What is a suitable deterrent measure in the form of punishment? And I'll answer this together with Edward's question. It's somewhat similar. You see, the problem with the out-of-court agreements, they do not have a criminal record. And in most of our countries, people without criminal records can be reappointed to public positions or elected. So, in other words, the person that breached public trust and stole from the people is completely, and using Professor Madonsela's words, laundered through a legal process and is eligible for election or appointment. Why would we want that as a panacea to fight corruption? How is that an effective tool for fighting corruption? It may be an effective tool in recovering what you already owned, but it is not, in my estimation, an effective tool in the fight against corruption. Because with these people's money at their disposal, they will come back, they will get elected, and or appointed to these positions of trust again. Another issue, I think, for me is, and that's the most important thing, we must, in the very least, insist on settling these agreements within the plea negotiation infrastructure. A record of a criminal conviction and a conversation about the sentence. That should be the only middle way. Unless the case is difficult, and DPP will know, and in my previous life, I know that there are cases that are difficult to prove. The quid pro quo in that case is, okay, we can have a conversation on these issues. But where you have clear evidence, and you can see that someone stole money from the public, why would you want to launder them in exchange for them bringing back the money? Because you may recover that $1 million, but you have given an incentive for the theft of $10 million. There's no deterrence there, and I don't see it as an effective tool to fight corruption myself. So where do we go from there? As I said, we are having conversations about building the infrastructure, Emmanuel, and I can't say more than that, but there's a lot of work happening at the Anti-Corruption Commission in terms of lobbying. And I think we all have a duty to quietly lobby and convince, because it's not only about people in the executive. We must convince the legislature as well to pass these laws. And this is work that has to be done to build consensus. Now, I must tell you that most of opposition to declaration of assets does not come from politicians. It comes from public servants. If you notice, the ministers declare assets. Who are the people who don't? The permanent secretaries and controlling officers. So there is a lot of lobbying happening, and there is an active conversation. That's where it starts from. I think we must promote the conversation. On verification, TI Kenya, I think we have a lot to learn from South Africa. In my estimation, the lifestyle audit infrastructure in South Africa has worked a lot. And I think partially because of well-funded agencies. You need a lot of intelligence and forensic work to do lifestyle audits. Historically, we have seen, at least from my experience in corruption fighting, that the most effective way to neutralize the fight against corruption is to close the taps of funding. It's very easy. They just stop funding. And you neutralize the fight. With what will you fight corruption? And that's why at a certain level, bilateral agreements, donor funding helped us a great deal in this country to do a lot of the corruption fighting. Because when the irritation increases, the panacea is just to say we will not allocate a lot of funding. So I think we can learn a lot, to answer your question directly, from the lifestyle audit infrastructure in South Africa and how they've used it. They have verified asset declarations well there. Yeah. I'm not sure that civil forfeiture can be used as an effective means of assuming an admission of guilt. And the reason is simple. Civil forfeitures, the history of civil forfeiture lies in tainted property. And it arose more from situations like, and I'll give you a typical example, the police pounce on a scene. They find the suspects flee, $1 million is in the boot. And you have tainted money, but with no body to arrest and charge. And therefore, that forfeiture route attaches to the property rather than the individual. Yeah. So it is not an effective tool for admission of guilt because you are going against the asset rather than the individual. Although you can find tactful ways of introducing it, but for me, I think the most effective ways where you identify the property, go after it, but there must be a body that bears the consequences of the property that is being forfeited. Yeah. TI Madagascar, there is no other way other than domestication of international instruments. I think that's what we must be looking at. These conventions have very nice provisions, but we must, in our individual jurisdictions, push for domestication, but also enforcement. Because my experience is you can have very good laws, but they are just as good as their enforcement. As my brother from Nigeria says here, there are times when politicians can say, as a matter of principle, they just won't declare their assets. So we just need to domesticate and push for enforcement. I think the last one was from TI Sierra Leone. I agree completely with your sentiments. I will continue saying I'm not sure, and I think now I may be certain that we can never, at least not in Africa, fight corruption by simply asking people to bring back the money. We can effectively recover some assets, but that doesn't mean we are fighting corruption. In Zambia, we have a saying that it's akin to a person stealing the chicken, you asking him to bring the feathers and letting them go. And it's not too far from the truth if we look at the reality of the situation, because if you have an intelligent person that steals $1 million, I can rest assure you, recovery of assets becomes the lowest interest loan you will ever give that person. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My recommendation will be very generic, and then straightforward. My colleague from Nigeria mentioned something in terms of institutional funding for anti-graft institutions. Of course, it's there. Lots of inadequate funding for them. But one thing we noticed in recent times is that for us to really have, to activate existing law, to make them, more implementable and to make them, in terms of efficiency, there's need for this whistleblower, protection, law. Whistleblower protection. If it's not there, we are still wasting our time. I remember, was it in the last, administration, in Nigeria, there was this whistleblower, protection bill to protect whistleblowers. And then, civil society, I think, I was there, in Kebbi, somewhere in Nigeria at a subnational level, where we had, the draft of that bill, and then we worked on it. Of course, they know what they were doing, that they were not going to be serious about it. And then, till the end of that administration, that bill did not come to limelight. They killed it. So we need to start afresh again. So, and then we also noticed that in recent times in the National Assembly, just last week, not even recent times, last week, as we were coming to Zambia, a new development erupted in Nigeria, where in the National Assembly, they padded, $2.3 billion, into national budget. That one is meant for the member of the assembly. I'm talking for the legislators, $2.3 billion. I'm not sure that is small. And then, each senators, it is not for everyone. Only the senators, I'm talking about the senator at the upper chamber of the assembly, are meant to share $400,000, dollars each. And then, a senator, raise alarm, blow the whistle. When he blew the whistle, he was suspended immediately. So you can see how autocracy is found, in democracy. So now, I thought we would go to that length, but we didn't go there. That's fine. I will still discuss it. So where we look at the National Assembly, there's supposed to be a democratic institution, the high level of democracy, it should be upheld at that level. And then you see them, they advance sanctioning or suspending member who blow whistle or who maintain some kind of a public, not even by whistle, just like maintaining a public opinion on the money padded and how it was shared. And then, meanwhile, we should also bear in mind that fundamental human rights, is freedom of expression in Nigeria. It's there in Constitution. It's a constitutional right. There's nowhere it's stated, in the Constitution that the member of the assembly should be suspended for maintaining public opinion. So when he raised the alarm, he was suspended. It's just other suspension now. Although the chapter, we have been working a lot, to ensure that, we condemn, and all that, and we also tackle, the authorities. But that's number one. So number two is that in terms of, there are some kind of the second one is some contradictory, provisions in the existing law. We have, in Nigeria, we have Official Secret Act. Official Secret Act. And we also have, Freedom of Information Act. So when you are hearing freedom of information, you see that maybe as a civil society, as media, you could elicit information from government, and by sending them, just a request. You can't get anything through that, freedom of FOI. Not because of anything. It has some kind of a contradictory provisions, that secure public officials, from declaring some things. So if you are not talking about that one, I'm domesticating this. We are discussing already in Nigeria. That's we are not moving forward in terms of corruption, because access to information, access to some kind of what they call classified information, which is not even which should not be classified in any way, but they will tell you it's classified. You have to ensure they will hide under Official Security Act. They will also hide, under freedom of information provision under FOI. So we need to ensure that how can we amend, those two acts, because there's some information you cannot even get. They will tell you to go to the president. You write to the president to get them. Simple information, especially on how to do with maybe military budget, some other key information in government. You can't get them. So we need to look at that, to that level. And then in terms of the code of conduct, bureau in Nigeria, I think one thing apart from the funding, because I don't sometimes it's not even about funding. It's about the law, that is establishing, the institution itself. In terms of when somebody is coming in as a public official, or you are appointed, appointed officials, elected, appointed, amount of officials, and then what are they declaring? What did they declare? And then who? I think say something about who follows up on what is being declared, to do some kind of thorough audit of that, forensic audits of what is being declared. And then you also remember that TI Kenya also mentioned this. So now there should be some kind of periodic, check, auditing of that, of that what is being declared, to ensure that your lifetime, your lifestyle, reflects what you are, receiving as income. That the law we are talking about now, so take note of that. If there's no law in it, they will still tell you that there's no law, back in it. They will keep leveraging on the loopholes and keep doing what they like. So then when you're not leaving the office, all this what I'm saying is to be within the public declaration of assets, not the private declaration the way it's done now. Because if you meet, code of conduct bureau, they will tell you that they have to obtain consent. Imagine You want to declare my assets, after I left the office. You have to obtain my consent to declare. Will I give you the consent? No, I will never give you the consent. I will operate based on the personal principle. Personal, everything has to be personal. And then, so now we need something that there will be a very strong law that will make it mandatory. I think they did it, somewhere in a cave, and then it worked, perfectly. I don't know for now. And then can we begin to have a strong law that will make it mandatory, that when you're living during your time, that will be regular check. When you're living, there will be public declaration that everybody will know what is happening. Also, they are corrupt in their own way. I'm so sorry to say that, but they are, And then in terms of being transparent and accountable towards all this, and then they are also not pushing for this amendment. Maybe because they are being appointed by the president. But civil society, at country level, we will push for that. That should be the next level in terms of advocacy. So, and then the last one I want to mention, I think yesterday there was a presentation on the progress in Zambia in terms of a special anti-corruption court. A special anti-corruption court. If you don't have a special anti-corruption court yet, to try, because a lot of backlog of cases, high profile cases, are there, waiting, and then also the money to even in terms of the financial, capacity to even try all these cases, is a problem in court of law for a long time. So you see some cases will just die natural death. So we need a dedicated, anti-corruption, special anti-corruption law that can try, high profile cases and conclude on them, in a very short, time. So and we also need to rule out the issue of a plea bargain. Somebody doing plea bargain, he stole, billions of naira, he defected, woman of, and then you come back, they'll call you, behind to come and do plea bargain. To me, everybody, that's one, anybody can do that, he keeps stealing and he keep going on and on and on. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions. Perhaps the first, is this okay? Perhaps the first issue for me to address is the question of who declares in South Africa. In South Africa, the regime requires declaration primarily among the seniors, including the president. And the National Director of Public Prosecutions has to declare their assets. The president, ministers, and everyone. Members of parliament also have to declare. They've got their own registrar, register. But there was something that was said that made me rethink our regime, which would mean as we're rethinking 30 years into democracy, we might want to check that. I think it was the colleague over there who mentioned the fact that these declarations are captured in a manual register, which means it can be changed. Before you show up as a pub protector, you could find different declarations. I think it has to be automated. I don't know if it's now automated in South Africa, but when I was public protector, it wasn't automated, which created two problems: that the register could be changed, but secondly, that every time I needed to view it, I needed the permission of the DG in the president's office, which means I could not then check it at any stage when I wanted to. And I think a code could be given to the people who are allowed to look at those assets. The second thing to talk about is, I spoke about a polycentric accountability framework in South Africa that only needs to be expanded to bring in the people. That polycentric accountability framework is also part of the verification process. If you tell me one thing in the registrar, and then I go to the FICA Commission and I find that there's been flows from your account that are different from what you've been telling me, then you do correlations. And that kind of triangulation within the system makes the system work very effectively. Then there was a colleague, Joshua Moteti from Kenya, who spoke about what do we do about the overseas enablers of corruption. At first, it's been the safe havens overseas in Europe and other parts of the West. And now we are moving in a different direction to the East. And her concern is that this is this is causing debt, not just for our generation, but for future generations. So how do we handle that? I don't have an answer to that. I would just say that it's something really to be flagged, because you're right that the cost is not just shared among us as society right now. The cost is being parceled on to future generations. And in some countries, or at least what we've read, is that that cost is often tied up to assets. To say we're borrowing money for this, which we have overinflated the cost, but should there be a default, you're going to take this land away. So that makes it worse. What I can say, though, we need to start doing, which I discovered from our president from Madagascar, that it already happens, is that how do we mobilize ordinary people around a vibrant anti-corruption movement that is rooted at grassroots and linked to, that ties up the link between human rights and corruption. And there's already Women Against Corruption. Maybe we should encourage Youth Against Corruption and Children Against Corruption. Because when they then start getting involved and making these links between the rights they need in the small spaces and corruption, at least there's loss of face. At the moment, there's no loss of face by the kleptocrats. It's very easy to re-launder and to launder themselves and rebrand themselves. But secondly, the Mbeki Commission spoke about the illicit financial flows. I think Africa should negotiate with some of the countries where some of the looted funds went to. If they are identifiable, honestly, why can't they be brought back to the country? I honestly do not understand why. They say they don't want to bring the money back because it will be stolen. But in most cases, we now have proper systems where it's easy to. First, it's not your money. It's somebody who stole it from Africa and it's in your country. So why not just bring it back and make sure that it goes into the treasury? But at least there could be a deal then on it being invested to address the most disadvantaged communities. Because if you look at how our continent at the moment is in the hands of militias and a whole lot of radical movements, it's easy to radicalize young people if they have no future. If they feel like the gold in my country, the cobalt in my village, and all of these things that are being harnessed in my village mean nothing for me. So I would just say, let's work together to sort that out. And then the colleague from Nigeria, you mentioned that the very same people that were corrupt, after laundering themselves, they come back to capture the state. For me, that's my greatest concern right now, that not only will they be interested in proximity to the procurement system, but they're coming in also to prevent prosecution. If I think of my country, for example, there are people who have formed parties for no other reason than to reclaim the law enforcement system. I know for some people, on the first line of item was going to be the Chief Justice. Thanks God he's leaving. So he will not be, unless the new Chief Justice is also proving not pliable. But the next person who's going to be targeted is the current public protector. They will want her out of office because they would want to make sure that people in office are there to protect their interests. They're not to protect. So what do we do? Again, this movement, Women Against Corruption, Youth Against Corruption, and just the people against corruption. We need those movements. And then the last thing is venturing into your territory, sir. Thank you for mentioning that the South African disclosure process is quite vibrant and very effective, except that it can't handle it when the assets are warehoused. And this is where we need to look at warehousing and change the law. And this is where also we need to do triangulation across countries. When we're investigating state capture, for example, we're able to be told by colleagues in India that look around here. Unfortunately, in Dubai, we didn't have people. We knew people had assets that had been bought with this money, but we didn't have a colleague that could assist us. And then there was another investigation that I was doing, and colleagues from Canada, they had investigated Bombardier in their own country. They were saying, look this direction. So if we do this cross-country collaboration, we can tie up some of these lions. But I was glad to see, Musamwenda, that in the end, you did say that we still want the money back. My own experience is that if you get the money back fast, you will do better in overcoming corruption. Because it's the money that buys the lawyers. It's the money that buys people in the system to collaborate. It's the money that buys the media. I'm sorry, sometimes it does buy the media. So when we had a unit that was called the Scorpions, why they were killed by, well, not literally murdered, but why they were removed was because they were effective in immediately freezing your assets, using the asset forfeiture regime. So in Africa, in South Africa, in terms of Africa asset recovery, we've got three regimes. One is the asset forfeiture regime. It's civil. So it doesn't wait for the criminal justice process. If there's enough evidence, we get a judge who allows the freezing of your assets. You see, with state capture, that has not happened adequately. And therefore, people are unable to buy themselves political parties now, which are now going to be in parliament and try and derail processes. The second regime is a slightly less effective. This is the bargaining one that I think you're talking about, where some of the companies, for example, overseas companies, I'm not going to mention them by name, that were involved in state capture have bargained and paid back the money. But if you look at the Transparency International scandals, 25 scandals, the countries that were effective didn't do what we're doing in Africa. No, they don't get you to pay the feathers. They actually get you to pay the chicken triple times. Recheck that. I can send you guys the table than I did from the corruption report. And then we did more research on the internet to see what was the impact, what is the outcome of each of those scandals. So in some of those countries where really they sent you to the cleaners, they reduce your ability to cause chaos. And then the last thing on that one is, yes, that should not be the last process. I want to throw this to you, Africans. We all Africans now. Our Chief Justice said we are Africans, multicolored, because the cosmic forces have brought us together, and we can use this diversity as a liability, or we can use our diversity as our magic, as our superpower. There were no jails in Africa before colonialism, and the continent was functioning. So it's very difficult to send people to jail. But also because of the cultural differences, a lot of people that you need as witnesses might not give you the information if they think an 8-year-old is going to go to jail. So I'm not saying let's not send people to jail. I am saying we need to think about restorative justice. And restorative justice is not just getting the asset back. It is making sure that there is loss of face, there is some way of making sure that nobody looks up to you. And at the moment we catch only a few, a lot of them get away. And then the question is, could we catch more with restorative justice? I'm not saying let's go for it. I'm just saying in one of our cases in South Africa, S versus Makwanyane, which was based on a Tanzanian case. I can't remember what is the Tanzanian case. It was saying we need to revisit Ubuntu-based restorative justice and add it into how we deal with crime in the continent. Thank you.
It's very difficult to speak after the professor. But just a small quip, Professor. There were no jails before colonialism, but there were several graves.
We've come to the end of our session. We would have loved to have kept the conversation going, but because of our situational state capture, the panel was truncated. I think you'll agree it was a very lively discussion, lots of important issues. I've had to now rethink my own loyalty to the notion of asset recovery and how it fits into the arsenal of our responses to the fight against corruption. But I think on behalf of the conference, I want to thank so much the speakers for their time and their commitment, their eloquence, the thought-provoking inputs. I think it's really enriched the conference. And thank you all for your participation. And we will end the panel here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karam. And I am glad that you took your photo before. But you do deserve that photo. Thank you so much. I also have been reminded, I think, Prof, that the reason Maurice is standing right there is that he's making special provisions for your arrangements to travel. Thank you so much. We have, at this point, one of our last conversations before we get into the lunch break. It is my pleasure, therefore, to invite Mary Awelana Ada from the Great Republic of Ghana. I will also, Mary, step in and invite, for purposes of time, Daniel Erickson, and also invite your other panelist, Apollinaire Mupiganyi, to join you as you come. You will introduce them, but let me invite them to come to save some time. Apollinaire is right here. There are issues as you come that are disturbing very many of us. So we're going to discuss corruption, insecurity. We're going to discuss all these matters. There are frameworks in Africa that have been put in place to help us with these conversations. One of which was silencing the guns, which had the time frame of 2020. We're supposed to silence the guns, all the guns in Africa, by the close of the year 2020. And I know that Ambassador Mwencha is in the room looking at me saying, yes, that's true. And we also have the Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, which speaks about transition of power in particular ways, but we've seen a reversal of that. We are concerned about institutions like Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab and the manner in which they have mobilized resources and they move their resources to wreak havoc. We have closer concerns to our homes on public security front, police and other institutions. And all those things are in the hands of this great panel. And we therefore hand over to you, Mary. Thank you very much. We have a short panel as well, but because I know all the speakers here and how eloquent they are, I know that we are going to achieve these things.
Thank you very much, Paul. Good afternoon to all of us. And we would also commit to ensure that we make the time. So for the purposes of this panel, I believe Paul has set the scene very well. And we would be focusing on defending the defenders amidst conflicts and global insecurity. In our world that is riddled with so much turmoil, conflicts, and closing civic space, amongst others, it is no wonder that the advocating for justice, human rights, and accountability often is one of the issues we need to be paying attention to if we need to remove these risks. I like to agree with Bob Marley when he speaks to the fact that we should get up and we should stand up. I believe we intend for our societies to be as peaceful, as just, and as inclusive as we can. And as Transparency International, it is only right that if we are to root out, yesterday we heard that perhaps we would not achieve that, but we should be able to minimize corruption to its barest minimum. And we know that if corruption is to be reduced, then we need to remove those factors, including insecurity, including the lack of peace, which propel these. Defending the defenders or protecting and supporting individuals and organizations who work tirelessly to expose corruption holds perpetrators accountable and advocate for transparency and accountability remains very critical and relevant. These defenders, including activists such as some of us in the civil society space, journalists, whistleblowers who make our work complete, because it is only then that we can advocate that people should be sanctioned and assets that are stolen, linking it to the previous section, are recovered. Civil society in general and legal professionals play a crucial role in combating the menace of corruption. According to the Freedom House Index 2023, political rights and civil liberties were diminished in 52 countries, while only 21 countries made improvements. Flawed elections, denial of political rights and civil liberties in disputed territories, and armed conflicts, amongst others, contributed to these declines, underpinning the results that were shared recently. According to Amnesty International again, anti-corruption fights in peril, its reports crack down on anti-corruption human rights defenders in West and Central Africa. The organization reveals how anti-corruption activities in 19 West and Central African countries risk arrests, harassments, detention, hefty fines, and even death for speaking out against corruption. In Ghana, a journalist was shot dead because he had the guts to be one of the investigative journalists who continues to uncover corruption. Again, we know that slaps are handed over, legal litigations that do not make meaning and drag the process are handed to these activists on a daily basis, and criminal prosecutions in some of the times. The Secretary General for Amnesty International sums this up when she says, the repression faced by anti-corruption human rights defenders in West and Central Africa is shocking. These individuals play a critical role in fighting corruption and thus defending human rights. Yet, they routinely endure attacks, intimidation, harassments, and prosecutions for exposing the truth. As a movement, Transparency International has done a lot working on crafting several pieces of strategic tools to ensure that we are working to promote safety and to also ensure that we are standing up for the rights of those who are working tirelessly on a daily basis to uncover rot, to uncover looting, to uncover stealing. So as a matter of setting the context for our discussion, we would, and the panel will be looking at other issues, including safety and security, legal and judicial challenges, impunity and accountability, access to information and how it affects our work, and the various tools we have developed over time to ensure that we are doing a good job at the fight we are engaging in. We know we must win. And to share some of those with you this morning or this afternoon, it's already after 12. We have a very brilliant panel, a very short one, showcasing what we do. From the global perspective, we have Dr. Daniel Erickson, who is our boss, our overall boss, the CEO of Transparency International. Daniel joined Transparency in 2019 as the head of the technology section and oversaw Transparency International's work on the role of emerging technologies in corruption. Prior to his appointment as CEO in April 2021, Daniel served as an interim managing director for a year. He has a background, as we've all heard, in technology, and so he's very passionate about that, has lived it, and continues to do so. Let's all give a round of applause to Daniel. Also on the panel is Apollinaire. Apollinaire Mupinganyi is the executive director of the Rwandan chapter and has led his team since 2009. That's a long period fighting corruption. I believe he deserves a round of applause. Apollinaire has more than 20 years of professional experience, both in private and non-governmental spaces, working to ensure he promotes accountability, transparency, inclusiveness, and citizens' participation generally. He holds degrees in business management and also a diploma in international, postgraduate diploma in international project management, all from a university in Switzerland. And so you wonder if Apollinaire is indeed from Rwanda. Apollinaire also holds several professional certificates equipping him to do his work in governance and the development space, including measuring corruption, communications and media e-procurement, to mention a few. It is instructive to mention that as part of the strategic focus of Transparency International, Apollinaire was one of the members, the 50-member expert team, which supported the task force in drafting and crafting the movement strategy 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to say welcome to my panel, and we start the process. So our first panelist, Daniel, I would want you to speak to the issues of what it is we are doing when it comes to safety, when it comes to security. And when we talk about the issue of defending the defenders, what does it mean for Transparency International? For you leading the movement, what does it mean for you personally? What have been your experiences, and how do we shape this agenda going forward? You have 15 minutes to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, for that kind introduction. And I will try to be short, but it's at the same time a very tough topic and a big part of my role as CEO of the Secretariat. As we have heard, not only today, but yesterday as well, the world is getting dark. The world is getting a lot more challenging. But I have a dream. My dream is of a free and fair world. You might ask yourself then, well, Daniel, aren't you fighting corruption? You should dream of a world free from corruption. Well, a free and a fair world has no space for corruption. And the ultimate goal of a free and fair world is the one that I see in front of me when I go to work in the morning. But there are people who want other things. They want shortcuts. They want and think that they deserve more. They see laws and ethics as being below them. They do not want a free or a fair world. In fact, they will work hard against anyone who is working for a free and fair world. The corrupt and the kleptocrats, they are vulnerable though. Me just having a dream is a threat to them. The darker our times, the brighter our dreams must shine. And what is your dream? I encourage you to think about it for a moment. Because we need our dreams, and particularly for this session. I will talk, as Mary very eloquently introduced, about corruption, conflict, and global security, and particularly about the defense of colleagues that are currently, as we speak, under complex forms of attacks by their governments, by organized crimes, by those who do not want a free and a fair world. On that very brief introduction, I'll go into the facts and figures of what we're doing in this regard. I mentioned already yesterday, over the last 3 years, Transparency International as a movement have experienced more attacks, more needs for evacuating staff, more requirements to shut down and hibernate offices and chapters around the world than we have experienced in our whole existence of 30 plus years. And this is an accelerating trend. We're seeing it becoming more and more and more, and every week we're experiencing an incident across one of our 100 chapters around the world. And this is not a north-south problematic. This is a global issue. And there's countries that you would expect this to happen. Russia, other oppressive states around the world where we used to have or have presence. But there's also countries that you would not necessarily expect these things to happen. Brazil has been of late a country where we had struggled. But there's examples as well. We talked about journalists, we talk about whistleblowers. In Kyrgyzstan, there's an example of journalists, investigative journalists, looking at corruption, being arrested on dubious charges. This is happening all over the world. So what are the anatomy of the attacks against us? I'm speaking on behalf of Transparency International, the movement, but it really counts for all of civil society in this room. What we see is cybersecurity attacks. This comes in many forms. How many nationalities and how many are we in the room, Paul? Do you know? 36? 36 nationalities. And how many colleagues in the room, about it? 150? 120? So with that, I'd say that right now in this room, between 1 and 2 phones are hacked by your government. We don't know which ones. It's likely one of you coming from a not so democratic government. You all heard about the Pegasus attacks, which did target TI amongst other organizations. Last month, and you would think that, oh, Pegasus, it's 2 years old. Last month, Access Now, one of our partner organizations, released a report saying that they uncovered massive use of Pegasus in Jordan, the country Jordan, over the last 2 years. This by far has not left us. And on top of that, Pegasus is the tip of the iceberg that's put above the surface. There's many tools that we do not know about. And certainly in this room, we are of interest. Somebody's listening to us now, but we're streaming online, so who cares? We're transparent. They should come here and be in the room instead. We have legal attacks on us. SLAPPs were mentioned, strategic litigation against public participation. That is almost not the primary, but one of the first get-to measures when we are targeted by forces. Financial, not being spoken so much about, but the efforts to block financial support to chapters through legal means or through, yes, delaying the ability of getting funding from abroad or even internally, threatening those internal domestic sources of funding with legal action if they provide funding to our chapters. The primary attack surface is reputation. And this has really grown over the last 3 to 5 years, where the use of disinformation, propaganda, social media to attack the reputation of the chapter, but almost always also of the individuals. Because in the end, the other side, the side that does not want a free and fair world, they don't have any ethics. They go for the weakest link. And the weakest link is usually the individual and not the chapter member, not the ED, but the family mother or the family father. That's the person that they go after in very dirty ways. And this can be quite, that's an understatement, this can be extremely stressful for the colleagues that are being put under these threats. And then last but not least, the physical domain. And I can't into the physical, the threats. The threats that can be digital, the threats that can be communicated in various other ways, but also surveillance, overt surveillance or covert surveillance. Overt surveillance meaning that whoever is putting you under surveillance want you to know that you are under surveillance, so that you will be scared, so that you will be worried, so that you will be paranoid in the end, all building up to a strategy of harassment. So that's the toolbox of the other side that we see them using increasingly often in an increasing number of countries. As soon as the democratic needle tips over onto the side of autocratic, these tools come online one after another like clockwork. What are we doing about it? We're doing a lot about it. We're doing really a lot about it, because 5 years ago, this didn't used to be, as I said earlier on, an issue that we had to deal with as the Secretariat. Now it's one of the most common forms of support that we have to the movement. So we built a team. We'll sadly built a lot of expertise in doing all of these things with cybersecurity, with physical security, and general security responses according to that toolbox that I just mentioned. But often the response requires so much more than us. We need to build alliances, and we have built alliances with organizations working on cybersecurity, such as the Cyber Peace Institute, such as Access Now, with peer organizations experiencing the same problems like Amnesty International, like Human Rights Watch, and the list goes on. It's through these kinds of networks that we can detect early what is happening, but also respond more effectively once something happens. We also need collaboration. And as I mentioned, the other side uses a common playbook. It is after the dictators of the world had a WhatsApp group, I sometimes joke, because what we see in one part of the world quickly gets replicated in another part of the world. You could say that is pure logic. Sure, maybe it is. But in the end, we see patterns. And by collaborating as a movement, first and foremost, which we're doing really, really well, and kudos to all the chapters in the room. There's been so many cases where through our collaboration, we have managed to really respond effectively against these kinds of attacks. These attacks, they escalate the same, they use the same avenues of attacks, they use similar technology or subcontractors. Sometimes they pay companies to do this dirty work for them. As in the case of NSO and Pegasus, but also here in Africa, the Wagner Group, once it was existing, I'm sure it still exists under another label, were doing a significant amount of disinformation campaigns. But I also want to go back rather than just, because all of this that I just mentioned now is defense. You know, you cannot win, we cannot get to a free and fair world by defending ourselves against attack continuously. So what is our offense? Our offense is our advocacy. Our offense is going out there advocating, in this particular case, for the rights of whistleblowers, which is a pillar in the work of exposing what these semi-dictatorial or outright autocratic or kleptocratic regimes are doing. but also for civic space and the inclusion of civil society in public affairs, because that gives a certain degree of protection against the erosion of democracy down the road. We should also remember, as I mentioned yesterday, that corruption now is geopolitical. It's a geopolitical topic, unfortunately, but there's a flip side to that. It's becoming something that groups around the world that didn't used to be attentive to the cause of anti-corruption now look towards us, wanting to work with us, collaborate with us, enabling us to build even further strength and move the needle even further in the areas where we feel that the trend is going the wrong way. But those other countries that already have fallen over on the wrong side, they use corruption as a method of statecraft. They use it also against us, trying to capture individuals from civil society or set up civil society organization using the rights that we have in order to discredit us, our work, or as an excuse to exclude civil society from public participation. The problem of strategic corruption is particularly evident and present in developing countries, because those foreign entities, not only, they don't want to take over countries for the heck of it, they want natural resources, they want assets of one kind or another. They have imperialist tendencies. That's what they want. They want to build empires. And it's as part of this that we see our regular topics of illicit financial flows turning into political finance, or foreign direct investment, which is something that we welcome, turns into a tool to get control of country natural resources. Same thing with national sovereign debt. It becomes tools for a different purpose. And social media, which should be a tool for communicating with friends, becoming a tool to control minds and influence voters in not very good ways. All exercised by aspiring kleptocrats, let's call them like that, or kleptocrats, with corruption as a foundation. They need corruption. Their dream is more wealth, more power to themselves at all cost, at the cost of the most vulnerable in society, if that is what it takes. Corruption is central for them to achieve that. They will defend corruption with all their might, because they cannot exist without it. We, civil society, need to fight corruption with the same determination that they defend it. And that we can only do together. This room, with civil society, government representatives, business, and I must add, we haven't really had much of that, youth, as a really important pillar in that, are all critical in this fight, and we all need to do this together. And we should not forget about our dreams. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for that. We've heard very good things that the Transparency International movement is currently doing, both on the defensive and also on offensive, to ensuring that we're promoting the spaces for the various groupings in country and also at the global level to have this space and feel safe to ensure that we are operating and fighting corruption, which we must. So at this juncture, I would want to, before I call on Apollinaire, I don't know why I say that, my brother, I would want to say that after he has spoken, I want to take two interventions from participants. And these would not be questions, but submissions on examples of some of the interventions that we have put in place. It could be one Transparency International and another civil society or whoever is here who wants to share some experiences that we may be learning from. Then after Apollinaire, we would have an interactive session. Thank you very much. So over to you. You can speak from there. If you wish to also be on the podium, it's fine. Thank you. So Apollinaire would be sharing from the national context some of those tools we have in place to ensure that we are promoting whistleblower mechanisms, we are ensuring inclusiveness, and we are making sure that we are also supporting those who want to speak up to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, Mary, and thank you, the CEO, for the shaping the discussions. Before I start, I think the moderator, Mary, introduced me to you and told you about what's my background. I want probably, before I start, to say why I was inspired to work in anti-corruption sector or area. I was not really determined to work in this sector. It was a matter of convergence. When I was doing my postgraduate diploma in Switzerland, I was motivated by the development of Africa because, as you heard, I was studying in Switzerland with other colleagues and looking back on my continent where Africa is still poor, is not developed, and so forth. So in my graduate diploma, we are requested to do a project, projects which can be implemented. And by coincidence, I was with colleagues from Transparency International Switzerland, and we discussed, and they told me about corruption. I said, this is the scar this our continent is suffering. So this is how I was motivated to work on anti-corruption issues, and with the colleague, we initiated what became, it was already in place at Transparency International ELAC project, and I returned to Rwanda with this project in my mind. As before I returned to Switzerland, I was in the private sector before, and I was experiencing such bad practices, corruption issues, even being victim. So I was suffering of that issue, so that I decided to engage to this struggle. And when I came in Rwanda, I talked to my former colleagues and I told them, I want to fight corruption. They said, you want to die tomorrow? So it was like taking or shortening my life, and while I was probably promoted or promised for great wealthy as I was in business. So this is the background, and I started, and now I'm still in this this fight. So even though we are fighting corruption, in some areas, on some sectors, we are not very well understood as a human rights defenders. They say they understand human rights defenders, those who are working for Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch, investigative journalists, but the anti-corruption fighters are not really considered as human rights defenders. So in my discussion now, I want really to draw the correlation, the nexus, the linkages between human rights and fighting corruption. Of course, the previous speakers elaborated on that. But when we talk about human rights, it occurs when a state acts or failure to act do not conform with the state obligation. We have three obligations of the states: to respect, to protect, and to fulfill the human rights basic needs. Why corruption? On the other hand, we have corruption as it has been defined. It's misuse of untrusted power for your private gain. So if we go in deep, corruption may be linked directly to human rights abuse, directly for direct violation. For example, if a corrupt act deliberately used to violate rights, for example, when there is a bribe of a judge is bribed to violate the rights of fair trial, this is a direct violation. We can see interlinkages on indirect violation when corruption contributes to events that lead to a violation. Example, bribing an official to provide a fake passport, which will be used to human trafficking, for example. And the last is remote violation, when corruption is a factor among others. For example, during election, when there is corruption in election and the protests are threatened, repressed violently, this is a result of corruption in election. So I want really to make these linkages between corruption and human rights violation to show that we are human rights defenders. So as now we are recognized ourselves as human rights defenders, who should protecting human rights defenders? Who is responsible? I think, as I explained before, the first responsible is the state. It's a state obligation to protect all his citizens. It's a state obligation to respect, as I said, to fulfill and to protect all his citizens, including ourselves, even though we are threatened by states, but it's a state obligation to protect us. For the state, in order to achieve the above obligation, there are some prerequisites. For example, we know, or there is a need of a conducive environment. We used to say democratic environment. When we talk about democratic, there are a check and balance, accountability, and the access to rights is equal for all citizens. Secondly, there is readiness on institutional and legal framework to ensure that all citizens' rights are respected and protected, including the human rights defenders. And of course, this is the basis. If states does not fulfill its obligation of protecting and respecting, we can try our best, but our security will be for sure threatened in one way or another. The second is what Daniel mentioned, ourselves, human rights defenders, such as Transparency International, we have the duties to put measures to mitigate organizational risks, physical risks of the staff, and of course, the risk of our informants, those who are giving information. But if we try to assess in our environment, do the human rights defenders have knowledge to provide such protection in the case of threats? Of course, our global movement, they are very well equipped, and even in terms of tools and the knowledge. But what about us? Most of us are from the continent. If we really make internal self-assessment, are we very well equipped? Do human rights defenders have financial and infrastructure means for such protection? Sometimes we don't. We are really not equipped. So for most of the Transparency International chapters here present, I think the response, as I said, is no. We are on the struggle, we are fighting, but we don't have dedicated tools to protect ourselves. So I have prepared a probing question. Who are in this room? Who are the representative organization present in this room? Who got the training that what Daniel mentioned? There are basic skills that any human rights defender has to have. Who among us here present who got the training on security practices for human rights defenders, including digital security training? Who have got such training, basic training Yeah, I see some, but more than 50% did not go to such a training while you are human rights defenders. So you are in the field, you are in the field, in the battlefield, but you don't have enough gun to fight against the enemy. So defending the defenders, it really requires to be that we are very well equipped. If, as we see in the general practice here in Africa, I try to make a parallelism as a military people. I said that most of us are like military commanders who go to the battlefield without munitions. We are not well equipped to ensure our own protection and the protection of our informant, our soldiers, if it's military. This is not, it's not good because we don't inspire confidence to our informants to report to us with confidence. We call people to report to us. We are not equipped to protect them. How can you expect that those people will give you information? And I try to make a parallelism with what we experience on the field. I took example of a report or research we do on an annual basis. The level of reporting is keeping decreasing on annually. The last year, in 2023, the people who reported corruption in Rwanda, who were victim or witness of corruption, were at less than 15%. Why? 15%. Why? Most of them say, 21.3% say they fear of self-incrimination. Others fear of intimidation. Others do not trust the institutions. Others think no action will be done. So we are really in the battle, but our soldiers are not enough empowered and protected so that they can support us in this fight that we are conducting. The other example that I want to share with you, it's based on our work on ELAC projects, how human rights defenders, they are really at high risk. Just the case of Rwanda, in our ELAC project, ELAC, it's Advocacy and Legal Advice Center, Journey, and other anti-corruption activities. In 2013, one of our colleagues was killed during his duty. He was like us, doing our work, but and he was working at the border with our colleague Ernest is here in Rubavu, neighbor to DRC, and he was somehow getting informants about illegal mineral trafficking. And the guy, I apologize for talking again about him while he died. So he was keeping information of his reference, the contacts and everything on his in his offices, and everybody who was coming here in the office could see what's. So we don't, of course, the investigation, the prosecution identified 2 policemen who strangled him, but we were not prepared for. He was not equipped with basic knowledge to protect himself and keep confidentiality. At the same period, we were threatened by some gunmen who were coming at the office. 2 times we experienced robbery at our office. Some of our informants were harassed, intimidated, and still harassed and intimidated and threatened, deprivation of their rights, intimidation until they relocate from where they stay, dismissal from their jobs. Just to give you some few examples. What have we done so far when we experienced? Because at that time when you heard, when I started, I was new in the sector. I was motivated by the emotionally to contribute to the country, to fight corruption, and to create a conducive environment for everyone. But I was not realizing that there are threats, such serious threats. So for that, first of all, I remember in 2009, when we received a visit of the former chairperson of Transparency International, Get Rabel, we tried to advocate of enactment for whistleblower protection law. This was the first action that we really initiated. We tried to be connected to national other network on human rights defenders at the national level for mutual support. We received the support from Transparency International when we went through this very serious dark period, and Transparency International and other development partners. And we organized the basic training on security for CSOs to our staff. Probably they need a refresher course, but at least now we are informed, we are empowered, we know, we have such basic information. We equipped our offices with basic security infrastructure, namely surveillance camera. For CSOs representative here who are equipped with the surveillance camera to monitor the movement in their offices and other. And do you have? If yes, it's yeah. You see, but I see most of people here present do not have such basic security tools. We keep monitoring the security incidents and assess any potential risk on our work, our staff, and informants. We are really aware of security matters. When something happened at our office or at my house, my residence, I am not taking it as a normal, no. I first of all take it as a security issue, and after, if I get opposite information, it's good, but I have been it's created. I have a mindset, security oriented behavior. So all the above measures that I mentioned are it's mitigation measures, and we can't pretend that we protect enough. We are protected enough while doing our work. Some human rights defenders establish safe houses. I'm thinking about this. Sometimes we receive threats or complaints of our informants, and I say, what can I do? I can't even call the person to come to our office. I don't have any financial capacity to put the person in a secured place. We are disarmed to support our informants, to support ourselves, and of course deal with these threats that are we are facing on a daily basis. So I think there is it's something that with the existing financial or other challenges. To conclude, the human rights defenders' threats are common. They're everywhere. The problem is when you don't have such information. It's like one time I was following a court case, someone who was in jail. I saw how his liberty was restricted, and it's when you are deprived from your rights, or when you are informed about the issue that you pay attention on that issue. So when you don't know, you have never faced such issue, you think everything is normal. But fighting corruption, our work as a human rights defenders, it's really very risk work. Just before, when I was preparing this discussion, I looked on internet. Only, for example, the data from Civicus says that in Colombia last year, in the first quarter last year, 68 human rights defenders were killed. 68 in 3 months. In the similar year in Latin America, 126 human rights defenders were killed. So it's a lot. So take away message. What can we do? Should we stop our work or go on? The solution. What is the middle solution? Probably it will be part of the the discussion. But I liked the idea of journalists. Sometimes we engage with journalists. They have a say. A good journalist is a journalist who is still alive, but not a journalist who died. So a good human defender is the one who is still alive, not the one who died. Of course, the one who died, he died during his duty. But let's try to stay alive and fight corruption. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Apollinaire. Apollinaire has lamented the chronicles of lamentation from a human rights defender who is defenseless as a result of lack of resources. And he aptly puts it that how can an army go to the battle without ammunition? That's a big and critical statement to make. At this juncture, I would want to hear, perhaps there are some people in this room who are armies who go to the field very well equipped. So some very good best practices that have happened in other organizations or in other countries, apart from the African lamentations, that would want to hear from. I see Kibreb hand up, and then also Beshiba, and there's a third one at the back. So we'll take those three and come back. Thank you very much. So Kibreb.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Kibreb from TI Ethiopia. In our case, I wanted to share some of the challenge that we had with regards to legal restriction in blocking civil society organizations which work on human rights and governance, not to access fund from outside the country. So there was this law enacted by the Ethiopian government, which is not anymore there, but our chapter suffered a lot with this regard. But I want to thank actually the international movement and also some of the African chapters who were with us in solidarity in sustaining the movement during that challenging period. Something that I want to reflect with this regard is every time actually corrupts want to create, a scenario or a situation whereby people will not have interest, will have an apathy to fight corruption, and for corruption to have less concern in the society. So this is what they want, and they will do all the things that they can to make this happen. So with this regard, actually, something as a lesson that we have learned in the Ethiopian chapter is, by all means, continuing the fight with whether it's a very wide range of presence or, in a hibernated scenario, the movement needs to continue. And with that regard, actually, the moment, during this time, we were able to fight and advocate for the law to change in the country. We have been a voice for many civil society organizations because most of them decided to work on developmental activities and environmental activities, leaving the thematic areas of corruption, good governance, and human rights. So there were few civil society organizations that you can count with your fingers who, stick to their cause, while others fled away to work on other activities that the government has allowed. So with this regard, actually, TI Ethiopia has been a voice for many civil society organizations, and we believe that we have had the opportunity and voice towards the amendment of the law that we have achieved this time. So all in all, my comment and my message is that, especially what Daniel said, this year has been a challenge as the global movement is facing significant problem. I think the lesson that we can learn from TI Ethiopia's challenge is that at all costs, chapter movements need to be kept alive, whether it's in a hibernated mode or not, so that they can bloom again, they can flash again when permissive grounds are created. But if chapter movements are crushed with activities of corrupt governments, it would be very difficult to reinstitute and to reignite the movement. Because in our case, for example, we have got over 150 team members who are volunteering for the chapter all over the country. So imagine losing that network in the country and planning and imagining to reinstitute that after a certain period. It would be very difficult. And the corrupts want that to happen. So at all costs, I think we need to move hand in hand to continue and help chapters thrive and help chapters exist within difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We should continue to persevere. Tenacity is the word. We should not let anyone push us out. No matter the circumstance, I believe that was very, very succinct. Beshiba.
Okay, thank you. So one best practice I would want us to adopt as a movement and even within our individual countries is working together with other civil society organizations and with other TI chapters. For instance, in Nigeria, a few years ago, they introduced the NGO bill, and the essence of this bill was to regulate, the activities of civil society from registration to our operations. And that is like an attack on the civic space. And civil society across the country came together, to protest that bill. We were out on the streets. We used our platforms, social media, and that put a halt to that bill. Now it has reared its head again. They're trying to introduce like very stringent regulations and procedures for registering and operating NGOs within the country. And civil society, once again, coming together, standing in one voice, using our platform, to speak against such, attempts by the government, to shrink the civic space. A couple of years ago, I think 2-3 years ago, now down to our chapter. Fortunately, we had closed for the Christmas break. The office had closed for the year, but we have a security outfit that we contract to guard the office, and officials of the Department of State Services, came to our office in their Hilux vans, and there were so many, and they demanded, access into the office building, but the security men stopped them and refused to grant them access into the building, telling them nobody is around, the office is closed for the year. So if you want to see anybody or you want to speak to anybody, you should have written formally, or probably, to either visit us or invite, the chief executive to your office. But that didn't happen. They just came impromptu. And once we found out that, other civil society organizations across the country were alerted, and they all used their platform to put out statements condemning the act of the Department of State Services, speaking against it. And that made the Department of State Services to actually issue a statement saying, oh, we misinterpreted the situation. That wasn't what we thought it is, that they just wanted to have a conversation and all that. But it has made them cautious, knowing that we stand together, we speak in one voice for one another. So it's a best practice that I think we should adopt in our individual countries and as a chapter, working together and speaking with one voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe Daniel also mentioned that in his submission, that we need to identify the networks and partnerships that would enhance our struggle in this advocacy space, but also to ensure that we are keeping each other safe and secure to be able to do what we do. There was a third person at the back. Yes, please, carry on.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Jess Mialou de la section TI du Congo-Brazzaville. J'aimerais partager un peu le travail des défenseurs des droits humains au Congo. Donc, au Congo, comme tout ailleurs, les défenseurs des droits humains Allô? Donc, je disais que au Congo, plusieurs défenseurs des droits humains sont persécutés dans l'exercice de leurs fonctions. Ils sont persécutés soit parce qu'ils ont dénoncé des violations des droits humains, ou alors ils ont exposé certaines autorités dans leurs rapports. Le Congo la création des associations au Congo est régie par la loi française de 1901. Et donc, en 2017, le Parlement a voulu faire une réforme dans ce domaine-là. Et donc, ils ont proposé une loi visant à restreindre l'espace civique au Congo. Et donc, dans cette loi, on prévoyait des peines d'emprisonnement pour les activistes de droits de l'homme allant de 1 an à 5 ans et des peines d'amende allant de 100 000 à 1 million de francs CFA. Toujours dans le même sens, dans cette loi, on prévoyait aussi que lorsque des organisations de droits de l'homme devaient recevoir des subventions, ces subventions-là devaient passer par des institutions financières nationales. C'est-à-dire que vous avez votre organisation, lorsque vous avez une subvention, au lieu de recevoir directement les fonds du bailleur, ces fonds-là doivent transiter dans les institutions financières nationales. Donc, toutes ces choses-là visaient à restreindre l'espace civique au niveau du Congo. Et donc, lors des consultations avec le FMI, le Congo avait fait une demande de prêt. Et donc, la société civile a profité de cette consultation-là d'exposer cette loi au niveau du FMI. Et donc, c'est grâce au FMI qu'on a pu écarter cette loi. Et actuellement, nous avons travaillé avec une organisation suisse, le Service international de droits de l'homme, qui nous a sollicité pour nous accompagner dans l'élaboration d'une loi portant sur la protection des défenseurs des droits humains. Et nous avons déjà entamé le travail depuis 2017. Nous avons entamé le travail depuis 2017. Nous avons commencé par des ateliers de sensibilisation avec les organisations de la société civile de la place. Et après, nous avons rédigé la loi. Et actuellement, le défi que nous avons, c'est de faire voter cette loi-là. Parce que déjà, avec le gouvernement, nous sommes un peu... nous n'avons pas vraiment de... OK. Donc, le défi reste, le défi que nous avons actuellement, c'est de faire voter cette loi au niveau du Parlement. Donc, nous souhaitons que peut-être avec d'autres organisations, si on pouvait travailler en partenariat pour voir dans quelle mesure, si dans certains pays, ils ont déjà eu à voter des lois portant sur la protection des défenseurs de droits de l'homme, proposer un peu des stratégies ou des démarches que ces organisations-là ont menées pour pouvoir adopter une loi portant sur la protection des défenseurs des droits humains. Merci.
Merci. We proceed. That's about it. All right, so I'm coming back to my panelists. These were general comments and best practice shared. I wanted to find out from you, Daniel, from the global perspective, the way Apollinaire lamented, and the way some of the lamentations also came from Ethiopia. What else can the global movement do in providing training, perhaps not resources, not money, but training? I remember there was a SAFE program. We benefited from it. And that's how come when he was asking questions, I was able to raise my hands every time he asked. So what else can we do? And then from your perspective, apart from the way forward you gave one, what else have you heard from you? If you have anything to add on, but otherwise you can, then I ask questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary, and thanks for colleagues who made the statements.
What
what we're already doing is a fair amount. So the SAFE program we have expanded over the last 3 years. As always, as for everyone in the movement, resourcing is a struggle, and our main form of resourcing is through project funding, but we still have managed to build a capacity. So we have dedicated staff incoming on cybersecurity. We have dedicated staff already since long in our SAFE function, but we're expanding the SAFE function. So it is happening, and now we're talking about how we can build a capacity in crisis communication, because as I mentioned, a lot of these attacks are on the reputational space, and they're quite tricky to respond to. They require very timely responses and investigations as well as to who is behind this and so forth. So we're building capacity because there's no doubt in my mind at all that this is something we need to do as soon as possible for the movement. The delays are caused by us needing to find the resources, because there's no bag of money under our chair. We don't have many non-restricted donors. So we need to make sure that in all the projects, and this goes out to the chapter colleagues in the audience as well, in all the projects that we commit to, that there is a provision for security in those projects, because that is how we end up paying for it. And also, before I hand over to Apollinaire, just to say, because there was a bit of doom and gloom, because there is a lot of doom and gloom, to be fair as well. This is a dark topic, you know. And imagine, I deal with 100 chapters on a daily basis, and here we have a small representation of that. You take that times 5 or 6, there's always going to be one chapter that is under severe threat. And after a while, after weeks become months, it becomes a tough battle. But what we didn't say here, which we need to remind ourselves as well about, is that corruption never wins. No, the whole notion of a corrupt system, kleptocracy, it is impossible. And the only question in all of that is, how long time until corruption loses? How many opportunities will go amiss in education, in the healthcare? How many of our young will move away from countries because they see no future where they are? Those are the costs, and we just need to realize that it is a marathon and not a sprint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again, Mary and Daniel. I think we did not demotivate you with this last session, where we show the risk of our work. I think you should be more motivated and engaged, as they used to say. When you are a good fighter, you don't really give up, especially when it is a just cause, fighting corruption. I think, but what we need, and even the presence of our CEO and other anti-corruption fighters here, I think we need to be prepared. We need induction, especially for the small chapters who start. They need to know what is ahead. We encourage the youth, the young people, to be engaged in this fight, and it's good. And when I was engaged in this struggle, I was still young and having very good thinking in the future. But when you are on the ground, you find the reality. So I think we need to accompany those people. Some of probably young people, they stop the engagement when they see what is going on the ground. So I think the coaching, the accompaniment is needed for young people who join the chapters, for small chapters who start from the Transparency International Secretariat. And I think there is a need of peer learning, peer knowledge sharing in terms of these best practices. And of course, we are lucky as being part of this global movement, global network. It's already tightened network, and it's in itself a protection. So let's build on this and keep on our work. And I think the success we have is it's a result of this collective action. Yeah, Thank you. This is what I want to add.
Thank you very much. The movement alone is protection enough for us. And we continue to use it wherever we are, that we belong to a movement, and the support from that alone is big enough. Are there any burning questions that we need to ask? Okay, so we have one. Any other? All right, that is very good, because we need to be close into. Thank you.
To Daniel, it's a technical question. Not that my phone is tapped, but there's always a possibility. Do you have I don't know, programs that we can use to check our systems, our phones, our computers? Thanks.
Well, for those who are part of the Transparency International movement, there's plenty of advice and systems available. It's just to reach out to your regional advisor, and they will be able to guide you through. There is a surprisingly easy way of ensuring that your phone is safe. There's many ways, but the first and foremost, like, the equal to brushing your teeth in order to keep your own health, is that every night when you go to bed, turn off your phone and turn it back on again. Most of the softwares that are being used, most of the spywares that sits on phones are not resident, meaning that if you turn it off and turn it back on again, they have to attack you again. And every attack that they conduct costs a lot of money, meaning that worst case, they will infect you again, but what the heck, you cost them money. So that is one small recommendation for the colleagues in the movement. Please reach out to us. That's the purpose of the Secretariat, to support you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. I believe my panelists deserve a round of applause for sharing the realities we are encountered and confronted with on a daily basis. The issues of corruption and its fight are eminent. We know them. They are very apparent in our daily lives. We know it is risky, and yet we have committed to chart this path. We have also committed that we would never relent. We shall be tenacious. We shall learn how to protect ourselves within the limited confines of the resources we operate with. We will not give up, like we've heard from Ethiopia, even when there are legislations limiting us. So far as we see corruption and experience it, we shall continue to fight it. And we would identify the coalitions and networks to ensure that we have strength in numbers. In Ghana, we say if you pick one broomstick, it's easy to break. However, if you put it together, it's very difficult to break. I leave you with that proverb, that let's go forth, but be cautious of where you go, and also attend to your security every time, because a defenseless defender is one who has no use. And we are assured that fighting corruption is the mainstay, because corruption shall never win. We would win this fight. Thank you very much for being here and listening to us. Let's give it up for them. We hand over to Paul to continue. I hope we met the time.
Thank you so much. Yes, please do take a photo of the panel. You've done excellently well. Thank you for allowing us not to cut this panel short. The discussions were quite sensitive to all the work that we do, and allowing it to get completely to exhaust the material that they had to share with us. I also know, maybe I'll say this for Apollina's sake, that being one of the first people in the movement to respond to the incident that he mentioned in Kigali, actually in Rubavu, in Rubavu in 2013, when we lost a colleague, I saw just how grim that is, that situation. And one of the observations that an outsider makes, because then we had very strict programs in Rwanda, with TI Rwanda, to address what had happened. But one of the obvious things that an outsider observes looking at TI Rwanda, if you knew it before and you know it now, is that the cost of operation of TI Rwanda went substantially up in everything, from surveillance equipment to they now have a different office so that you can enter that office in one entrance and exit through a different access. It's a number of measures that were taken, but they in total mean that a chapter that was operating with budget X was now operating with budget 3X automatically. And not every support, like donor partner, is going to understand that. So to continue to survive in that context, many implications. But let me not extend the panel. Just a small comment to say there was also the cost of operation that immediately changed because of the circumstances. We have just one more session, just one more. We're going to break for lunch. Lunch is ready in the usual place. Tamika has advised me, I hope she's in the room, that she has done her best to reach everybody where you're seated and advise you as to the lunch arrangements. But in case you were out when she came to your space, she's standing at the back with Bright and she's waving to say, you don't know where to go, you don't have a coupon, you don't know, like she's standing by to help us with that. Our intention is to be back at the same time that we agreed to be back, which is 14:30, for exactly 1 hour. The last session is 1 hour. It's going to be looking at Lithuania, like what happens next. It's not just Lithuania, it's like what are the next steps with regard to IACC arrangement, IACC hosting, next IACC in Africa, what is the IACC? All those questions will be in that one session, and it will also serve as our closing session for this great conference. And I thank you very much, and bon appetit.
1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. Yash. Yash social. Yash. Mic 2. 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2.
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have lost the podium. Something has happened up here, and therefore I will borrow this method. And we are inviting to this space the team that you have on your agenda to actually wrap up. We're now dealing with the final segment, and that final segment is going to discuss and reflect on the last 2 days, but also then help us look forward. What is going to happen next? Where do we take this conversation and how? And for that, we invite Kay, who is going to moderate this session. And along with Kay, we also invite Francois, we invite Priscilla, we invite Ruben. You do have the floor. Thank you very much.
Yes, colleagues, I hope you're still there. This is the last session, the last official session of our IACC Africa here in Zambia. And I hope you do agree with me. These 2 days were very enriching, more than enriching, because we have discussed about things that matter to our engagement, our collective engagement against corruption. So this session, as Paul said, is meant to reflect on the past 2 days, but also to give the way forward towards the main IACC, which will be happening in Vilnius this June, as all you know, and where we hope to see
about corruption being a threat to human rights, but also corruption being a form of social injustice. But what was also said is that corruption needs to be looked at not just from a political or social perspective, but from an economic perspective as well. Issues of corruption that affects the environment is very close to my heart. I was discussing with Maria yesterday after our presentation that one challenge that corruption in the environment sector brings out is getting the right institutional fit, because it involves several players. You're talking about wildlife authorities, land authorities, water management. You're talking about those that are charged with regulating minerals, etc. So how do we then come up with a strategy and an institutional framework that allows us to address challenges of corruption in this regard? We've been speaking quite eloquently on the need to defend the defenders of all these crimes. And the question that we need to be asking ourselves as we go back home is, one, are we aware of where the challenges to the defenders of human rights, or even those that are advocating for anti-corruption, where these challenges are coming from? And are we well placed, and do we have the necessary skill sets to address those challenges? As Apollinaire was saying, quite often we know that there are risks in the work that we do, but we do not invest in protecting ourselves. Many years ago, when I was still chapter president for TI Zambia, one particular incident demonstrated to me how ill prepared we are as anti-corruption activists. Our office was broken into and our computers, the CPUs, were stolen. But when I got to the office, the staff were so relaxed about it. Oh, they broke in. And I was saying, so how do you know what it is that they wanted? But the point was they took it as an ordinary theft. But it was not ordinary theft. There's information that was needed from those CPUs. So I think we need to heighten our own security awareness. The global threats have been well articulated and how they impact on the fight against corruption. I'm hoping that as we go to Vilnius, we'll be asking the question, how can we stand up for integrity? What is it that we're bringing, which is unique in its design, but also unique in the values that it presents from an African perspective? But to end, I was just going to go through what next, if that's your requirement from me. Hamulilo has a small presentation for me. So some of the key notes leading up to Vilnius, that's just one shot of Vilnius, but one, what is the purpose of the IACC? And I think it's quite clear that the purpose of the IACC is to bring together the different actors from the public and private sectors, whether it is government officials, academia, business people, etc. So that collectively we can talk about the biggest threat which is affecting our communities. This is a space where it's not about placing fault on government, on civil society. It's all of us coming together and saying, what is it that we can do? So with the IACC, the objective has always been to strengthen our anti-corruption efforts. What is it that we can learn from one another, and what are the new dimensions? I mean, yesterday I was talking about greed, corruption. I found that distinction. There's a scholar who's written about greed, corruption, and need corruption. So new dimensions. And I've been in the anti-corruption space since 2000, so maybe I'm one of the longest. But every time there are new discussions. If you gave Daniel space to talk about strategic corruption, again, it's a new form of corruption. Strategic corruption is where governments use their foreign policy to influence another country. It's becoming a strong issue of concern. Corrupt capital. Now we're talking about corrupt capital. Again, so this space allows us to learn from one another, but also to understand what colleagues are doing, the good practices, the weak areas in whatever they are doing, and how we can then adapt some of the models that are being used by colleagues. But it's also, I can tell you, I've been to a number of these IACCs since 2007, so I've seen a number from the 10th. We're now on the 21st. So I can assure you, during the 10th IACC, I had a whole mop of hair. Now it's another issue. But then who participates in the IACC? That's the next slide. Participation is open to all. Like I said, this is not a space which is restricted. It's open to all. All you have to do is essentially to register. Of course, there is a registration fee there, but it's space that is open to all from whatever race, whatever position. And in that space, we try as much as possible to break the protocol. So you find senior government officials in the corridor having tea with civil society. There's always an interesting aspect to the IACC. That's when you see civil society trying to set up an appointment. Since I've seen DGI, SEC, people use the IACC now. DG, so when can we come and see it? They failed to link up back home. They use the IACC to do that. But you can register. The registration is open until 17th June. So until the day before, registration is open. One of the things we'll not do this time is that we'll not have any live streaming. So we want you to be all in Vilnius. But if we go to the next slide, so other than registration, every IACC has a theme. So the IACC Council determines a theme. We try to build on the previous IACC theme. And in this particular case, we collaborate not only with TI, Francois and team and Daniel and team, but also with the host nation. This is key because the host nation plays a role in inviting some of the dignitaries who come to the IACC. And that's why we're now saying the theme will be confronting global threat, standing up for integrity. This is the anchor of all the other thematic tracks. So if I go to the next slide, the 7 tracks, and you may recognize that this is what we've been doing. Those are the 7 thematic tracks. So we have the first one on defending the defenders. That's a track 1, our core, our last frontier. We have the second one on greed and corruption. The third one is a big one. We had to combine a few things. We're talking about kleptocrats, criminals, I like that, criminals, traffickers, accomplices. And then it is time to close the global enterprise. Then we have diffusing the trigger. This is about global insecurity and the violent conflicts. And we have one on building a global ethical economy, which will mainly deal with business integrity. The 6th one is about tech. We're going to look at the issue of the tech revolution. And the last one is on democracy and human rights. So when you come to the IACC, those are the 7 thematic tracks. So we're going to have in total about 80 workshops, 80 workshops, which will be more than we've done. If we go to the next slide. So the next slide gives you an idea that we're going to have 80 workshops. We received more than 320 applications for workshops. So we normally, I'm sure some of you saw the call for workshops, which ended on 15th of February. So the number of proposals were about 320. So now we're in the process of wilting down those numbers. So what you have on the far end just gives you an idea that we received more applications for democracy and human rights, 86 applications, 63 for kleptocrats, 35 for greed and corruption, I think 33 for tech, 31 for defending the defenders, and 30 is around global conflict. No, in fact, 33 is building global economy, and tech is the list in terms of numbers. So the big task now is to come up with those 80 workshops. So some we may not take on board because we also look at quality. The criteria is quite stringent. We want to see diversity in the panelists. We want to look at expertise. We want to look at region. So there's a lot of things that we do. So we end up merging some of the workshops. Some of the workshops will be merged. So there's a whole process now to try and come up with the 80 workshops. So if you go to the next slide, which gives you an idea of the next steps. So the first one is just concluding the evaluation of the proposals and the workshops under each of those 7 thematic tracks. So over the 4 days, you're going to have a series of workshops under each thematic track. Then we have plenaries. The plenary sessions mirror the thematic tracks, but we're not going to have 7 plenaries. We're going to have 5 plenaries. So we'll have to merge 5 plenaries, including the opening and closing. That would give us the 7 plenaries. So the plenaries are usually a pace-setting plenary. So before delegates go into workshops on each day, there will be 1 or 2 plenaries. So we bring speakers, experts, etc. on the plenary. They kind of set the scene, and then delegates can go into the different workshops. We've introduced a new feature for 2024, which are the master classes. So this is new because our idea is that the IACC should be an experience Our argument is that people should not come to attend a conference. They should have the IACC experience. And the IACC experience could be attending plenaries, being part of the workshops, or going to a masterclass, or attending the films for transparency. We're going to have a film festival as well. So the masterclasses, we are now thinking, where's Daniel? Have I seen Daniel Erickson? He's not in the, he's out there. So we're thinking of 6. We may just have 6 masterclasses. So you really, we're trying to pick masterclasses that are exciting so that then people can sit into that masterclass and get detailed information on a particular topic. So this is a new feature. We should be announcing the final selection of the masterclasses probably end of March, early April. So we're preparing for that. And then there's a film festival. We have a number of films for transparency. So alongside the main conference, we're also going to have films for transparency. So again, it goes back to my earlier statement about having the IACC experience. You could decide to attend a workshop or on day 1, and in day 1 in the morning and the afternoon, you want to go and watch one of the films. Fine, that's part of your IACC experience. Or on day 2, attend a masterclass in combination with plenaries and workshops. That's the way we want to structure this. And every IACC, we do have the Young Journalists Initiative. We have about 35 young journalists that we bring to the IACC. So they are trained on how to report on issues of corruption, integrity, etc. At the same time, they do provide coverage of the IACC event itself. So they do their pieces, they do their journalistic work. But it's an important feature to train the young journalists. So that went out. I can't remember if the closing date has passed. Zanji, the closing date has passed. So sorry to the young journalists in here, you would have applied. But maybe if you give me a goat, we can talk about it. It's not corruption. All right. The next slide is just about the flow of activities. So 4 days at the Lithuania Convention Center. One would ask, why June? For those that have been to Lithuania, you agree with me that June is the best time to be in Lithuania. It is nice and warm. We normally hold the conferences in October, November. I just came back from Lithuania in February, completely white, -5 degrees. So bringing you to Lithuania in October would have been a no-no, particularly all of you, my African brothers and sisters. So June was only option because it's summer, it's nice and warm. But what it does, it puts pressure on all of us to have the conference pretty early. So like I said, the host government has invited a number of heads of state. So when you come to the meeting, don't be surprised that you may see a little bit of extra security because there will be heads of state. We normally have heads of state, but the Baltic countries, I think, Lithuanian government has invited a number, and there'll also be a number of VIPs, because that's a privilege we give to the host country. I talked already about the opening ceremonies and the plenaries. We do have side events, so you may also want to look out for that. I'm sure Francois and team and Daniel will have a number of side events for their chapters, but equally, we have a number of organizations that organize side events. That's independent of us. All they have to do is to let us know so that we don't then drag our delegates away from the main workshop. One important side event is a high-level segment meeting, which is normally hosted by the government that has arranged the IACC. So in this case, the Lithuanian government will have heads of state attending or heads of government attending. It will be by invitation. They sit and do what governments do, talk about important policy issues. So it's a space for the government officials. However, the counterpart that we're working with in Lithuania is the equivalent of Mr. Shamakamba's outfit here, the SEC of Lithuania. So it's the Special Investigative Team. So one of the things that they've asked to do is to hold a high-level segment for law enforcement agencies. I don't know if they'll invite me. I would love to be there and listen to how they investigate these cases. But they want to have space among themselves to share information. So we've allowed them to do that. So we're going to have 2 high-level segments. I talked about the film festival, and we normally have a conference declaration. So that's something that you should look out for in the conference declaration. And I think I end with just what do we then expect from the Africa IACC to IACC 2024 in Lithuania. One, some of your key messages will be important as input into one, the drafting of the conference declaration, but also in your engagements in the plenaries, in the workshops, etc. I would say there are issues that may still be up for debate or discussion. Please bring those conversations in Lithuania. I often want to hear more voices there so that then people are not just shying away from raising these issues. It's a space, it's not a space for experts only. It's a space for all of us. So my point really is that if there's still issues that we need to discuss, we have the opportunity of a bigger audience within which to share those ideas. And some of you may be participating in the plenaries, others will be speakers. Again, you have the opportunity to raise some of the issues that would have discussed. And even in the formal or informal side events, that's another space you can utilize. My last point really is post IACC 2024, what next? The key decision that the IACC Council has made, and we made this in Washington, is that the next, and of course, my chair is here and the vice chair have been very strong in that regard. The next IACC will be in Africa. Where, we don't yet know. But like Paul Banova said earlier on, the last IACC was in 1999, and that was the 9th IACC, which, in fact, the 6th IACC, which was held in Durban. So we have an opportunity as Africa to host the 2026 IACC. We'll talk about the mechanics of that later on, but we want to plant that seed. Think about it. It is something that we can do. 2,000, 2,500 delegates converging on an African country, having life-changing, is corruption life-changing? Life-changing discussions, assuming corruption is life-changing. It is to some, but we have an opportunity as Africa. And I have given my pledge to my chair and the rest of the team that Africa will not disappoint. 2026, we'll have the IACC conference here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ruben, for those very useful remarks and also for sharing with us the key lead-up notes to the IACC. As you said, the IACC in Vilnius will be a great opportunity to bring our voices. And I do think that this IACC Africa was already a positive start and a positive experience, showing the rest of the movement that we are able to host an IACC. And thanks again to TI Zambia, Maurice, Priscilla, and the whole team for hosting us and proving that, you know, Africa delivers. Yes, before getting to our closing remarks, I would like to ask a few just one question, Ruben. People now are waiting for the results of the workshop selection for the IACC. It's written in the take notice that it will be in March, but we are already on the 20th, almost the 20th of March. So do you have a date, even approximate, for the results to come?
Well, let me start by saying this. So before we close the call for proposals, the IACC Council and the IACC team are the best of friends. After the close for proposals and we announce the results, the IACC Council and the team at Secretariat are the enemies. Everyone now, I mean, I pity Daniel, because then everyone will be saying, okay, you didn't accept my proposal. I don't know how many people I've met who have told me, we have submitted a proposal, so we're waiting for results. And they're almost looking at me like, can you tell us if our proposal has gone through? we're at a point, we're at the first stage of the evaluation. We've done the initial screening. It is now with the council. We hope that by next week we'll have the second version going out. We should have results by end of March, early April. We're hoping that we can do that before then. You see, the challenge is not to just simply say, okay, we've thrown out everything. We've only got these 60, 70. We try to see how we can merge a few of the sessions. Okay, this is good. Can we merge it with this particular? So that's what we're now doing. So by end of March, hopefully. That's why Roberto is not here, by the way. Roberto would have wanted to be here, but they are just overwhelmed with the evaluation work.
Thank you, Ruben. So colleagues, be patient. It's coming. It's on the way. And now I would like Daniel to invite you just to say one word about the funding of the travel to Vilnius, because the International Board had made some decisions. So I would like Daniel to explain a little bit how we can get there.
With one word, it's going to be difficult. Yeah. So the idea is that we want to have maximum presence from the TI movement. And those chapters who do not find other sources of funding, such as being selected for one of the workshops that there's so much competition for, or other sources of project funding, those chapters that remain and do not have any other representative from that chapter attending the event can apply for funding for one person to attend up to 85% of the cost, travel, accommodation, and registration. So no per diems or something like that, up to 85% of the cost to be reimbursed. But there is an application process, and it's not to be taken for granted. And it's only one person per chapter for those who cannot find money from other directions. And we stretch ourselves in order to achieve this. We're not being stingy. It's just that we don't have money for everyone. I would have loved to invite everyone full on. That's my word.
Thank you, Daniel. And I would like to recognize, on behalf of the board, the efforts made by the Secretariat to accommodate this, because we really insisted on finding a way for bringing more people to the IACC. So yeah, now you know what it is. Let's wait for the results first, and then we will really looking forward to welcoming you in Vilnius in June. Thanks a lot to everyone. If one or two persons have a small question to Ruben or to Daniel regarding those matters, we will take 2 minutes to answer that. But if there are no questions, yes, Mary, please.
Thank you very much, Kay, for the opportunity. I believe the structure or the structuring of the programming, it's a very interesting one. From the last experience, I think that this is going to be interesting. So Ruben and the team, thank you for arranging a very great session. I can anticipate. And also to the board and council for a very strategic way of getting everybody in the region to attend the sessions. I remember in Washington, one of the things I thought was, how come Africa wasn't represented that well? We were scattered, and at least for those I saw were really scattered, and it was either through a session you were in or nothing else for those who didn't have funding to appear. So for me, I think this is very instructive and innovative on your part that we should do this. Representation is very important. We are talking about inclusion, so this is spatial and regional inclusion for us. We are grateful for that, and we think we deserve more than the 85%, particularly for those who cannot afford. I think John and the team should go back and reflect. When we apply, you should give 100%. We are not thinking about per diems, but then for food and the flight costs, I think you should be able to do that for us. Thank you.
Thanks for the comment, Mary. Well received and well noted. Does anyone have a say? Yes, Sheila, please.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Ruben, for just giving us that presentation. We look forward to it. Just hoping that there will be an opportunity for retake submission of the workshop proposals again, because I think obviously that will not happen, but maybe in future we can have such sessions, the mini IACCs, before the deadline for the presentation of the proposals. I think these kind of sessions that we've had in the last 1.5 days give us great insight and also give us opportunities to be able to network and think about other people that we want to draw into our workshop proposals. So maybe for future that can be reflected upon both by, I think, TI and also the IACC team as well. But this has been a great opportunity to reflect, and I probably be one of those people in the corridor asking whether you've seen my workshop proposal and if I'll have an opportunity to retake it like we normally do at the university. But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sheila. So a last word, Ruben, maybe?
I take it. I think we are improving all the time. So both the board, the TI board, and the council have a mindset to keep innovating and improving the IACC. We want it to remain relevant. It shouldn't just be talking shop. In the past, the IACC led to important anti-corruption conventions, and discussions started from some of these IACCs. So we don't want it to just be a place where we have the usual conversations. I'm looking to Daniel. We had this same discussion where the people that you saw in Atlanta are the same ones you see in Vilnius, and they're the same ones you see at the World Bank anti-corruption event. No, we've said we want to hear new voices, we want to see new speakers. So we've deliberately taken that effort to look far and wide for new voices. Because some of the people, we know what they've been saying over the years, good as it might be, but there are more voices out there. So at times it's, let me say this, and now I say this without any fear of recrimination from my African brothers and sisters. At times we're too modest about what we can do and say as Africans. And we don't put ourselves out there. When there's a call for proposals of speakers, the first question we ask ourselves is, can I really make a presentation? But you've been doing this for so many years, so we need to step out and share what we know. Others are very quick to send proposals. You look at it and say, okay, yeah, maybe there could be others, but we don't see people stepping forward. So I hope we'll see more of you, the experts, stepping forward and providing that different voice. Was it truly was saying, or it was Musa, that African corruption is special? It's a special kind. People want to hear what is so special about African corruption. So what is it that is so special? So let's go and share out there. So that would be my challenge to all of you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Ruben, for the work that you are doing and for bringing us together here. And we will be happy to see you again in Vilnius in June. With that, and for the sake of time, let's now move to Francois. I would like to invite you to share with us your closing remarks after those 2 wonderful days together.
Thank you very much, Kay. I would like to start by saying and confirming what Kay and Ruben just said, which is that the 4 of us with Daniel are entirely supporting the project of having really an IACC in Africa in 2 years from now. So we have to work on the modalities, on the country, etc., etc. But really, really, we are extremely supportive of that. Kay and I said it before our election, and we are completely confirming that, and with Ruben and Daniel, and well, hopefully many of you, we will work on that. So now what I wanted to do was to share with you how inspired I was by our conversations and what our conversations inspired to me in terms of what the changes are, but also what we are advocating for. And I will start by using something that Ruben alluded to, so that would be my only mention of Vilnius. So I wanted to find something to say about Vilnius. And I don't remember we were by -5 degrees, but I remember that the temperatures were not negative enough to the taste of our Lithuanian friends of TI Lithuania. And here in Zambia, and now I'm getting more serious, here in Zambia it is not raining, and we are on the verge of a climate catastrophe. And biodiversity is declining at a very fast pace. And whereas we, as human beings, should be working together to defeat climate crisis, to prevent climate catastrophe, also to protect biodiversity, which is one of Africa's main riches and also indispensable to humanity, what we observe is a predatory economy, capturing common good by the utilization of the corruption tool. So we have fishes that are being plundered, we have species that are being destroyed for the benefits of the big consumer markets of Europe and China, and the extractive resources, it's important, which once were used to put us on the verge of the climate catastrophe, now are supposed to be used to prevent that catastrophe with various minerals that are used for electricity, but still with the same disregard with the local populations. And I said that corruption was used as a tool because the tool to capture common good is to capture the instances that are supposed to protect common good. That's capturing the state, capturing the institutions, capturing the civil servants. So the modalities of capture, we've discussed that during those 2 days, can be outright capture by criminals, outright capture of the states, or the state, the political power being for sale on every election, or civil servants being bribed. But the consequence of that is that exactly as you have dirty money being laundered, you have dirty practices and corrupt individuals being laundered into legitimate proceedings and honest citizens. And that's the mechanism that is being in place. So now, in front of this situation of emergencies and of capture of common good, one might think that a sense of solidarity would be dominant in almost all countries, in the entire populations, but we know that it is not the case. And whereas democracy was on the rise, not everywhere, but in a number of countries over the tens of years that followed the end of the war, of the Cold War between the US and the USSR, now for some years with the renewed Cold War, we are observing the success of this strong man's narrative. So the strong man who doesn't need solidarity. He doesn't need international solidarity. He doesn't need solidarity within the nation. But what we know is that concentration of power also is concentration of abuse of power, making innumerable victims. So we discussed the victims yesterday and today, and it's clear that when public money is being stolen, the victims are all the citizens. Still, the women, the weakest, the poorest are much more exposed to being victims of corruption. And in addition to being victims to suffering from corruption, what they are becoming because of this predatory economy of corruption is that they are becoming useless persons in an economic sense. The fishermen lose their jobs. The populations have to leave their livelihoods. The local communities are witnessing these big mine exploitations to which they barely participate, they don't benefit from them, they suffer from them. So we have those victims that are made useless by this economy. They are useless, but sometimes or very often they are not voiceless. And it's there that we can start our counter-offensive. They are not voiceless. The whistleblowers are not voiceless. The defenders of the victims and the whistleblowers are not voiceless. And it is very risky not to be voiceless, to voice one's concerns. And we discussed that at length this morning. And really, it is the priority of our TI movement to try to do as much as we can to protect the whistleblowers and the defenders of the victims. Still, let's be also optimistic. There are still a number of countries, and Zambia is among those countries, where citizens are being heard. And we can use that by raising our voices, but also by having something to say. And it's all those discussions that we had about sharpening our content with this quote of Bishop Desmond Tutu. So how can we sharpen our content? We can sharpen our content by demanding and obtaining access to information. So the information that we find on the declaration of assets or lifestyle audits, the information that we find on the beneficial ownership registries, which in our view, and I know that it is not easy in every country, but in our view, these registries have to be open to the public, because you can't trust power with checking abuses of power. It has to be open to civil society. This information, we find it as well, is in the innumerable data that until recently we were not able to decrypt, to understand, to read. And now with the digital tools, we are able to identify corruption patterns by analyzing this data. And information, it is also what the EITI is about. The Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative is about collecting, comparing, and publishing information with civil society at the table, along with the governments and the companies. And that's what we are asking for. We are asking for being at the table when the governments are negotiating contracts with companies, when the governments are negotiating economic contracts with other governments, when the governments are negotiating loans with international financial institutions or with private banks. So we want to sit at the table because we want to change the way power is being exercised. We want to break with this culture of secrecy that comes to us from the Europe of the 16th century at the beginning of the modern state and was brought by Europe to the rest of the world. We want to have our say in how power is being exercised, in how decisions are being made that impact civil society. We know that it is not easy and that the entire civil society is not behind us. And we all know that we have to go beyond this room, beyond Zambia, also beyond Africa, even beyond the IACC, to find those within the civil society in many countries in Africa and out of Africa, who very often by desperation dream of the strong man's muscular and military power, or dream of fighting or waging wars against the neighbors. But we know, and I'm confident, that we will ultimately succeed, because the exercise of power we are advocating for is the only exercise of power that is sustainable and that is not complicating and aggravating the problems by fighting civil society, but to the contrary, a power which loses problems with civil society. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Francois, for those wise words and for your leadership of the movement. When you and I were running for chair and vice chair, we had this motto of saying that in times of setbacks, we want to fight back. And today we are fighting back all together against corruption. So we're very proud of that. Thanks for your support, and thanks for once again enlightening us with those orientations, Francois. And yeah, looking forward as well to see you in Vilnius. In the meantime, we will have still a lot to do together. But thank you for coming here in Zambia as well. I think it's very important to have you here. So thanks for your time, for your knowledge and everything. Now, Priscilla, you were the one who was opening this IACC Africa with your welcoming remarks and also your hospitality. So you will have the last word, the final word. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Kay. It's been very wonderful to have all of you from different parts of Africa and the world, and my colleagues from within Zambia as well. I think it's been an interesting 2 days. We've shared our challenges, especially regarding electoral integrity. I think elections have been a huge challenge on our continent. And I think that actually correlates with the rise of the conflicts that we're seeing, military coups that we're seeing in the Sahel region. But also it tells you something about what it is doing to the democratic process, basically reversal. So like someone indicated earlier in the day, if I want my presidency to stand on that particular ticket through corruption, what makes you think I'm going to fight corruption? It's not tenable. It's not practical. And I think these are real challenges. And I think our electoral bodies have to seriously assess the weaknesses in the process, from political party financing, the correlation with illicit flows, and how at the end of the day, we see these politically exposed people having huge public procurement, tenders. So I think those webs need to really be investigated and see how we can provide resources to respond effectively. I think one of the issues that came out is technology, as much as it's got its negative impacts, can be utilized, especially in the fight against corruption, in generating evidence and advocacy. And I think it's one area where I think as CSOs, we really need to invest a bit more. When our presenter from TI Rwanda was talking about security, even in our offices, I thought about our national chapter. Do we ever think about security in our physical space, security for yourself as well? How conscious are you? You lose your phone, you think it's just one of those things. So I think we need to interrogate some of these things a little bit more. So thank you so much for coming to Lusaka. It's been a pleasure, I think, on behalf of TIZ Zambia and indeed on my own behalf. Thank you, and we really appreciate that this is the first time we're hosting such an event. Of course, this is the first regional IACC, with Colombia also having their own regional. But I think it's also, I should say, congratulations on the election, Francois and Kay, and Ruben on your appointment as well. I think it's been fantastic having all of you. Thank you so much.
Yes, on these wise words, thank you, Priscilla. I would like to close, but I won't be able to close without thanking a bunch of people. All the presenters, all those who spoke on our various panels, also the moderators, without whom we won't have been able to have those discussions as well. All of those who worked in the background, of this important event. So Maurice will know more of them, so we will give him an opportunity as well to thanks and recognize his team. All of you chapter representatives traveling here to Zambia, taking, this great adventure of travel. Sometimes travels mean trouble for me, especially, but we all made it. So we're very proud to be here. And wishing all safe travels already for those of us who will be departing, including myself today. Thank you as well to the technicians who are there, making the live stream possible, all the microphones, everything, broadcasting stuff. Thank you very much. And to all our colleagues from TI Zambia, once again, thanks for your dedication to this event. It was just perfect and wonderful. And to our master of ceremony since the very beginning, Paul Banova, thank you for being that great gentleman that you are. Directing us, showing us the way, paving the way for us. Thank you, as always, Paul. And so, yeah, that was it. The translators as well. Thanks, Ruben, for the hint. Thanks a lot. We were not lost in translation this time, so that's very important for an international event. So thank you wholeheartedly. So yes, with those words of thanks, I will give back the floor to Paul and to Maurice for thanking the whole team. The photo. Let's not miss the photo. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. John? So if you could stay there as you take the photo, we want to invite a few people to join you, if you don't mind. We want you, if you don't mind, let me request you to hold your applause and do one applause at the end for everybody. So guide me, Maurice, as you come forward. Please guide me on whom I'm calling for that I can't see. I can see Timaka. I can see competency team. I've been guided. I can see Chilandu is in the room as well. So the idea is, for the last few weeks, you've been corresponding with a number of people. And you have also, upon arrival, met these people. Some of you have been met like literally at midnight in an airport somewhere by this team. There are people who are reluctant to come forward. Bishop, I can see you on the... So we are holding an applause for you, if you can make it to the front. I don't know why you are called the competency team. I'm going to inquire. But with that, I'm going to hand over to Maurice. I don't know what you're going to say. Then you'll allow us to give you one common applause along with the co-hosts, the IACC and the TIT. All right, thank you very much. I think there's one more person. Mr. Walia, Patrick, please. You need to run. part of Daniel's team. Don Frushi, actually Kay is saying you should come here, so I can't decline. So you can come with a coffee. I will explain what is happening. So you missed a round of applause, but it was a big round of applause for you. Yes, no, both of you. As part of this team, there is a request for the TI community in Africa after the coffee break to come back for a very short session, 1 hour. So when we close, we're going into a coffee break now for you, but for the rest of society, we've actually closed the conference, and thank you so much. And there being no photographer, I think we can. Oh, there is a photographer? Go ahead. There's a popular demand. Kibra has taken the photo. And as Kibra does that, I will mention that, or even Tapazwa, I think the Zimbabweans and the Ethiopians have a particular interest in photos. But we are also quite wide. You get a camera that can capture everybody. So there is, we can try to get in. But as you do that, you may have noticed that we have a group of 28 chapters of TI in Africa. And only 4 of those have female executive directors. Only 4. And when it comes to photos and forgetting photos, they're usually the team that reminds us. Sheila, thank you very much. So trust Daniel, he has the ability to take that photo and include himself. It's a tech thing. Thank you so much, and over to the coffee. Thank you.